Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert and this is the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with a playthrough of the Crimson Diamond. Now I think we're probably quite close to the end of the game here. Let's just get the automatic review, shall we? I've got to track Nessa and Corvus through the mine and find Mr. Richards. Yep, so Mr. Richards' sister and her lawyer appear to have kidnapped Mr. Richards and are trying to make him sign a will against his will, which is suboptimal. Anywho, we have I'm trying to remember our character's name. I know it's Miss Maple. I'm trying to remember her first name. Is it Nancy Maple? I think so. We've made our way into the mine. Jack is behind us, but he hasn't managed to... Sorry, if you can hear all that rustling, that's me going through my notes. Do I really... I'm confused. There we go, found it. Yeah, we're Nancy Maple. Jack is just behind us. He hasn't made it in yet because, as you can see, the hole that lets us in is very small. And I am anticipating that we're going to have to make a map of the mine because it doesn't look like it's all that navigable, because we had a very, very quick look at this screen prior to quitting last time. I think we are probably close to the very end of this game, and consequently I'm anticipating that we'll probably do something else a bit later, probably Dark Souls. Anyway, sorry about the delay. Right, so I seem to remember there's, yeah, at least 3 exits from here. I see 4. Alright. Begin making a map. You slip and fall into the distant jagged depths of the mine. Slip and slide. Oh, and I missed what that actually said. Okay, I'm not too impressed by that. I don't think there was any sort of hint that that was going to be death. There's just a slightly different coloured, a slightly different colour of floor. There is a slightly darker blue, and that did not tell me. In fact, it's the same colour. That's just based on distance to the light. It wasn't clear to me that that was down and not forwards. Oh, there was this rock tumbler thing, wasn't there? Look at machine. You see the rim of a large wheel and some indications of a large piece of heavy machinery. Look at machinery. Look at grinder? I'm pretty sure this was for grinding rocks, but I've forgotten how it was that we managed to ascertain that. Look at heavy machinery. Look at machine. I'm confused. I'm sure we got more information than this last time. You get a good look at the machinery. Oh, I just had to be closer. It's covered in a thick layer of dust and clearly hasn't been used or even touched in years. Examine machinery. Examine machine. From what you can see in the lantern's light, the machine consists of a hopper and a pair of flywheels and other bits you can't identify. This looks like a jaw crusher. It would coarsely grind up the garnets, but more processing is required to grind them fine enough to be sold as an industrial abrasive. You also see discarded rocks of various shapes, sizes and colours scattered on the floor under the machine. Garnets get fed into the hopper, the flywheels are turned, which activates some kind of grinding mechanism, and the ground up rocks empty out into this bucket placed underneath. Take bucket. As handy as buckets are, it's a bit too big for even your capacious pockets. So there we go. Hang on. Take, take spade. Now that you're inside the mine, there's no need for the shovel. Too bad, I could have used this one helping Jack clear the rubble outside. Well, you could still throw it outside to help him get in here. Right, is this death? Yep. I'm having trouble working out what is and is not death. As silly as that sounds. That is not death. Where am I? Uh-oh. You aimlessly wander in the mine until the lantern goes out. Okay, wandering aimlessly seldom ends well. Have a game plan first or some step-by-step directions. Okay. I mean, apart from just reloading over and over again, I'm not sure how I would know which direction to go in. That's not a good noise. Dead again. It's just a little crush. Don't give in to the pressure. Before moving on, find your way. Better luck next time. Is that suggesting there's some method by which I'm supposed to be able to find them? Yeah, it looks like it. Alright, what am I missing then? Maybe this isn't about building a map of the mine, which would have been a very retro thing to do. Maybe this is something else. Look at ground. The floor of the mine is covered in countless shoe print impressions that are leading in multiple directions, preserved in a thick layer of dust. Most of these must have been made decades ago by the miners who used to work here. It's an odd feeling to see these shoe prints, almost like looking back into the past. Yes. Well, the game seems pretty adamant that I can't just I can't leave this scene until I've done something. I don't know what that something is. Examine shoe prints. Aha! Here are some pointy-toed size 14 men's dress shoes and impressions made by size 8 women's shoes. Of course, because we had that. I almost said we had that puzzle earlier in the game when we had to find out everybody's shoe size, because we were following a different set of footprints. And I suppose both of those together is a bit of a clue. And size 12's men's boots. I recognise his tread pattern from Mr. Richards' other boots. Oh, so he has two pairs of boots with the same tread pattern? The 3 sets of shoe prints are the freshest after all. Now I need to track these shoe prints and discover where they went next. The shoe prints I need to follow don't lead up here, and I don't have time to wander around aimlessly. Examine shoe prints. Oh, is that what those shapes are supposed to be on the ground that are being lit up by the lantern? The fresh shoe prints head east, deeper into the mine. Nothing but dusty miner's shoe prints down this southern path. Okay. Let's hope that's progress. So I'm not going to be mapping out a massive mine. I'm just going to be following where I'm told to go. Gee, I'm glad I was able to track Nessa and Corvus down this path. How do they know which way to go, though? I hope I can find Mr. Richards before it's too late. In fact, where are they even trying to go? Like, they don't actually want to be in the garnet mine, do they? Like, as in, the garnet mine itself has nothing in it that they want. They were just looking for somewhere to take Mr. Richards where they wouldn't be found easily, I thought. Tinky Yuki! Oh, it's wonderful to see you. I hope you've been having an alright day. I was lurking in Rachel the Magnificent's stream earlier today. I didn't say anything, possibly I should have done. But I saw you there too. James! Oh my goodness, it's lovely to see you. Greetings, lad. Hope you're having a fantastic stream. That's very kind of you to say. How have you been? It is lovely to see you. I really should pop in to see you a bit more, shouldn't I? But no, it's lovely that you're here. An alright day. It could be described thusly. Okay. Well, that's not too bad then. We're playing a recent graphical adventure game, 2024, which is in the style of a very old adventure game. Artistically and in terms of the interface, they're using a very old style of graphical adventure game interface where you're still typing things in like you did in the text adventures. And I've only seen that before in the genuinely old King's Quest games, as in the ones that were made in the 80s, the early 80s. Partly suffering, but all the more fantastic. Just lots of stress. How is you? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is there anything I can do? Yes, Rachel's a fun Twitch companion. Those games were the best. Yeah, I fully agree. I played through the entire King's Quest series. When would it have been? Was it earlier this year? I think it was. I'm trying to remember if I actually started last year or not. But yeah, we played through all of them from King's Quest 1. Well, technically, I did actually go back and play the was it The Wizard and the Princess, which was like the game which wasn't a King's Quest game when it came out because it was earlier, but they then retconned it into the same universe, so it's now sort of is a King's Quest game. I played all of them, going all the way back to then, up until like the modern what do you call it? The reboot they did. And they were good. They were good. So, they weren't all... There was definitely variation. They weren't all equally good. But no, it was jolly good fun. Hoping to do some more of those old adventure games at some point. Police Quest and Space Quest are both up on the list. Have you played any graphical adventure games that... Oh, yeah, you told me about Deponia, wasn't it? Was that the one? I think that was the one you recommended that I play. German developer, is that right? I've done Monkey Island. Monkey Island is jolly good fun as well. Did you see the eclipse at all? If you don't mind my asking. I don't know how much of an eclipse you would have had in Germany. I know in Britain it was about a 90% eclipse, and in Spain they had a total eclipse. I know because we had the footage up on stream at the time from the ESA, European Space Agency. Eclipse! With my own eyes I did. Everyone was mad at me. Photographed it as well. I see. Did you have fun? Sounds like you had a jolly good time. Though your eyes may be mad at you as well. Deponia is fantastic. Deponia is also on the list of games of graphical adventure games for me to play. Ah, what was that? It was quite breathtaking actually, and my eyes are fine. Well, I'm glad of that. It would have been a great pity if that weren't true. Despite the terrifying rumbles and shudders surrounding you, you forge onwards. Game is auto-saved. Well, this has become very interesting very quickly. Just as you reach this firelit cavern, your lantern goes out. Oh no, the lantern is out of oil. There's no turning back now. Sign the will, Evan. Sign my fake will, you mean? If you're so smart, why didn't you just forge Pa's will? Then you wouldn't have had to come up with this dumb scheme. If you were so smart, you'd know that Pa's lawyer is still alive.
He'd pipe up pretty quick if an actual will from his client came out of nowhere. But this is a perfectly suitable backup plan. It's much easier to forge your will. If you do as you're told, I'll let you die quickly. Otherwise, you'll starve to death in the dark, and we'll forge your signature anyway.
Nancy's on to you. You won't get away with this.
We'll see about that. It'll be her word against ours. I have to rescue Mr. Richards. My first order of business is to distract Corvus.
Voice acting. Well, I do what I can, but I'm not a very good voice actor, unfortunately. Alright, what have we actually got here? That's Corvus, obviously. I see they've got a lantern, there's a fire. I don't know what that is. I think it's probably supposed to be some sort of cart. But if it is, it doesn't look complete. It might just be a box. Bearing in mind, these were abandoned garnet mines. Nobody's been in here for decades, so there's going to be a lot of broken down things in here. There's the stalactites up top. A passageway that's blocked, passageway that isn't. What do I have in my inventory? Because I need to distract Corvus. I might still have the duck call, actually. I mean, I don't know how one would react if you were deep in a mine and you suddenly heard a duck. We've got the loop, newspaper, notes, a map of the house, which isn't much use to us right now, a glass, a plate, trowel, hammer, a duck call, we do have the duck call. We have a screwdriver, some garnets, a hat, some rock samples, the thing we were using to dust for fingerprints, some tape, some fingerprints we've taken, a mug, some more fingerprints we took, some hair, I've forgotten whose hair that was, a key, another glass. Oh, that was the jar which had the flypaper, and we were using that as evidence of the poisoning. That's a map of the area, which again isn't much use while we're in the mine. The flypaper packet, some more hair, a button. That was a sample of some very small rocks, wasn't it? I've forgotten how we got that, but wasn't it like at the bottom of... Yeah, I think those were like garnets that I think they were trying to smuggle in like a sack of flour or something. I've forgotten the details. But we like managed to dissolve off a lot of the stuff that was there and get to, in which case it wasn't flour, and get to the tiny specks of garnet underneath. A few different documents, including the fake will, I believe. Oh, that was the ruby thing that was stolen from the sister. That's a telegraph tape, that's a train ticket, I think. Some documents that those are like impressions of documents that were written, because they were like, as someone was writing on a piece of paper, the piece of paper behind it got the impression of the thing that was being written pressed into it, and then we used, I think, charcoal or something that we rubbed over the top to reveal the letters. A starter cap. I don't remember what that was. A padlock. Some... What are they called? Oh, I find it fantastic. I find trying to give characters unique voices very fun as well. I do my best, but my range just isn't what it would need to be. I appreciate that though. Pliers. Or are they pliers or are they scissors? Like specially made scissors, not general purpose scissors. Some wire and our lantern. Okay. I'm thinking use a duck call. Personally. Use duck call. Oh. Blow duck call. You can't use the duck call in this game. It's literally in my inventory. Am I misremembering its name or something? Duck. Okay, 2 words. Okay, blow duck call. This is really not a good time, Nancy. Okay. Well, I thought it would distract him. How am I going to distract him then? Alright, look at Corvus. Look at Corvus. Let's see if looking at him reveals anything. Corvus Shaw is nattily dressed. I'm not sure what that would mean. In black slacks. I'm not sure what a slack is. And striped vest, I think they mean waistcoat, with metal buttons. He seems like a very clever sort, with quite a sharp tongue. You can see why he gets along with Nessa so well. What were the things I couldn't identify? Bizarrely, some of the crystals you got from the bag of rock salt, that was it, didn't dissolve into the water. Oh, that's a bullet. Is that the blasting cap? Right, sorry, not starter cap. Bullet, blasting cap. Wire cutters. Spool of wire. A very heavy, sturdy padlock. You successfully obtained Albert... Oh, hang on. We already... Oh yeah, we got Albert's fingerprint from the padlock. Look. You arrived at an open, cavernous area in the mine. The path descends down to a natural platform. It appears that the cave-ins that have been rocking the mine have created some deep chasms. An abundance of rocks of various sizes litter the floor. Oh, that's a possibility. I could pick up a rock then and throw it. This rockfall looks fresh too, and there's a lot more of it. One doorway to the north is still clear. Doorways to the north and the east are blocked by rocks. This is a very dangerous area. There's a central doorway that leads further back into the mine, as well as a doorway on the right that is completely clogged with rockfall. You see a large boulder, even taller than you, and there's shadows nearby. You also see a table, a fire, and a wheelbarrow. Tato! It's lovely to see you. Have you been having an alright day, Tato? You start to make a move, but the shadows aren't enough to conceal your actions. I have no recollection what voice I was using for him. I really don't. I'm just going to have to make it up on the spot. What? What was that? Nancy? Oh. Get her! Corvus ties you up. We have to get... Oh my goodness, I can't remember what I was doing 2 seconds ago. We have to get out of here. Maybe Nancy was followed. Yes, we do. Hungry, brother dearest? Goodbye, Nessa. Nessa takes a handful of crushed almonds from the table. Oh, he's allergic to them. That's not very nice. Then stuffs the almonds in Evan's mouth. Cough, cough. Oh! What a terrible thing to do. Nessa, what have you done? I should have done that a long time ago. Goodbye, Nancy. Corvus takes a lantern and follows Nessa out of the cavern. You're left in darkness, listening to Mr. Richards gasp his last breaths. I'm sorry, Mr. Richards. All you can do is wait in the darkness. It feels like an eternity, and then... Footsteps! I'm in here! Help! Nancy! Is that you? Mr. Richards? Ranger Murdoch! Nancy? Mr. Richards is dead! Let's get you out of here. I've been okay, Miss Jim. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Did you try to go but it was shut? Ranger Murdoch takes out a pocket knife and saws through the ropes that are binding you. Thanks. Corvus got away, and so did Nessa. I'm sorry I failed. The important thing is that you're safe. Come along. I'm sorry, Mr. Richards. Goodbye. Ranger Murdoch leads the way out of the mine. You feel incredibly relieved to be out of the mine. It feels like a great weight has been lifted off your shoulders. I'm definitely going to reload. The automobile is parked down the road. And there are more rangers waiting for us at the train station.
How did everyone get here so quickly?
Well, it wasn't quick actually. I'm not actually a forest ranger. I'm a member of Northwest Mounted Police. We put on the trail of a German spy and saboteur who is rumoured to be in this area. We believe he is responsible for the bombing of the bridge west of Crimson.
Albert Resper. I mean, Carl L.
A man known to us as Cole Leffler. You revealed him, Nancy. Well done. Not only that, you tipped us off to what his next target would be.
The Sulaks.
Right again. And you know, Canada declared war on Germany a few weeks ago. It appears operatives directed by the German Foreign Office have undertaken a campaign here in Canada to delay the military aid to Europe by targeting transportation links such as railways, bridges and canals. We strongly suspect that Carl, a man we know as Cole Leffler, is one of those operatives. He has been apprehended at the Sulaks while setting up explosive charges, and thanks to your impeccable detective work, Mr. Leffler will surely be brought to justice.
Gee!
Let's go.
I didn't feel like going, regretted it later. Oh, I'm sorry, Tato. Are you able to do any training at home, if you don't mind my asking? No, don't tell me it's complete. I want to go back. The train station is a flurry of activity. Rangers are milling all around, consulting with each other in whispered conversations. Inside you can hear the non-stop whir and tick of the telegraph machine. The ranger in charge looks up and acknowledges Ranger Murdoch with a nod.
Just the man I wanted to see. Thanks to the intelligence you provided, we were able to alert authorities in Saltster. I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that, but I don't know what it's supposed to be. Saltster Marie, about the impending sabotage attempt in the Sulaks. They were ready and waiting and caught the man red-handed with luggage full of dynamite and blasting caps, not to mention a 9mm Luger in the glove pocket. Oh, sorry, the glove box. Imagine his surprise when they called him by his real name, Cole Leffler, aka Albert Resper, German spy and saboteur. I would have loved to have seen the look on his face. All in all, some mighty fine work, Ranger Murdoch. A crisis has been averted. As much as I'd like to take the credit for it, Nancy Maple here is the one who you ought to be thanking. She single-handedly figured it out. All I did was pass along the information. Well then, my thanks to you, Nancy Maple. You're a Canadian hero.
Thanks.
Though I'll warn you now, you might have to be an unsung hero at that. I have a feeling the Canadian government won't want to reveal just how vulnerable we were tonight. It could undermine the public's confidence at a crucial turning point for our country.
Oh, I don't mind at all, as long as things worked out for the best.
They did. Oh, they did, Nancy. Truly. Thank you for your service. Now, what have you got here? We've just come from the old abandoned Garnet mine. These folks were trying to rescue Mr. Evan Richards, who'd been kidnapped earlier this evening. Unfortunately, Mr. Richards was killed, and the perpetrator, Nessa Crab, and her accomplice escaped. We'll be aggressively pursuing these fugitives. The charges against them are very serious. We'll use every resource at our disposal. Roger. A busy night. Yes, indeed. Please dispatch some crime scene investigators to the lodge so we can build a strong case. Roger that. I'm heading back down to Toronto now. I need to meet with some higher-ups. Immediately. The Northwest Mounted Police have commandeered a train back to the city. I've been told you call Toronto home, Miss Maple. Will you join me?
I'm exhausted. I don't think I'm up for more travelling tonight, and I'm not ready to leave Crimson just yet.
Suit yourself. I'll need to take your statement for the report, but that can wait a day or two.
Thank you. I'll need a bit of time to get my thoughts in order.
Of course. There's going to be a ton of paperwork to do for this whole caper. I'll be trapped behind a desk for weeks. Do send word when you're returning. I'll pick you up from Union Station and escort you straight to the police station.
Will do. Thanks, Ranger Murdoch. Nathan drives you and Jack back to the lodge. Margot's death feels like it happened weeks ago, and your arrival in Crimson feels like it happened months ago, and it feels like years ago when you spoke to your boss, Professor Plummer. Oh, my boss, my fieldwork. What am I going to tell him?
Despite the excitement of the evening, you find yourself nodding off, only to be jolted awake when Nathan's automobile hits an uneven stretch of road. Eventually, not even the bumpy road can rouse you. Nancy, you awake? We're back. Once Jack has roused you from your deep slumber, you make your way upwards as quietly as possible, lest you wake Kimmy. My goodness, what a night! I've never been so exhausted. You climb into bed and are eager to fall asleep. But as your gaze falls onto the ransacked curio cabinet, you realise there are a few things you may want to bring up with the other inhabitants of the lodge tomorrow morning. I'd better make some new notes on fresh paper to remind myself, or I could just decide to go to sleep if I wish. Save game capacity is full. Please keep one save slot open to re-enable autosave. Hold on. I can delete some old saves. We won't be needing those anymore. Delete. Oh my goodness. This may take a while. Delete. One thing I'm not a fan of is just how much cinematic was triggered by failing to make the right decision there, especially when I just said pick up some rocks. It's not like there we go. It's not even like I did anything really significant, like say tackle them or something. Like I just tried to pick up some rocks and the game was like, oh, they saw your shadow. Now you're going into the bad ending. Yeah, is there any training you can do at home, Tato? Right, I'm gonna open up the, what's it called? The hint guide and see what I should be doing here. So we're into the mine. Looks like I did miss a few things in the previous area. Alright, let's reload quickly. Apparently I missed a few things in the previous area, which will cause us problems. Okay. Look at the discarded rock. Okay. Look at rock. You see a boulder near one of the leaning wooden support beams that looks like it might be a good candidate for a sample. Wow, look at the size of that red crystal. Take sample. If you'd like to obtain a sample from a suitable source, try walking closer to it first. Here? Where's the... oh, this. Take sample. Here we go. You chip a particularly lovely crystal sample out of the rock. Rub sample on plate. Because we have a... what's the name of that type of plate? There are fine scratches on this plate indicating it's been well used. That's not what I was getting at. We're using it to test the hardness of various materials. I've forgotten the proper name of it. It's not a geologist's plate, but it's something like that. A scratch plate, is it? Something like that. Rub crystal. It feels as you'd expect it to. Rub crystal. Test crystal on plate. Hold on, it's been a while since I've done this. Let's have a look. How do I do this? Streak plate, that's the one. Streak crystal. Streak crystal on plate. You carefully rub the colourless specimens embedded in the boulder sample on the streak plate one by one. Some of these specimens streak white, which is to be expected of garnets. But some of these specimens aren't streaking the plate at all. Whoops! While performing a streak test and holding the lantern at the same time, you fumble and your hand slips. You draw the sample forcefully across your porcelain plate, right on the most prominent red crystal specimen. The large crystal is actually making it awkward for you to streak test the colourless specimens. Nothing? No streak? Could these be rubies? They don't look quite right. These might not be garnets. Interesting. Examine crystal. While the mine interior sample is pocketed with many lovely crystals, the most prominent one is large and red. The red crystal from the mine's interior didn't shrink my porcelain plate, so it's not a garnet, maybe a ruby? Rub crystal on ruby. You carefully rub all the specimens present in the crystal sample on Nessa's ruby brooch, especially the large red crystal. I suppose this could be a ruby, and rubies wouldn't scratch another ruby. Eek! You completely forget to be careful with Nessa's ruby brooch. There's now a large, deep scratch along the lighter, more superficial marks. Oh! That was much too easy to do. But this crystal is red. It's not a garnet or a ruby. Oh gee, look at the size of it. Red diamonds? Unheard of. Until now. Of course, I'll need to take these back to the museum for more testing, to be sure. But this is looking very promising. There was supposed to be some coarse rocks, though, looking at the hint guide. Examine rocks. Oh no. Examine coarse rocks. There we go. Even though the coarsely ground garnets are merely an intermediate step to becoming industrial abrasive, they still sparkle prettily under the magnification of your lucky loupe. Take coarse rocks. You take some of the coarsely ground garnets out of the bucket and into your pocket. Good. Why do they have a maximum number of saves in a game like this? With sensible programming, given the way the game works, each save should be tiny, like only a few dozen bytes. We should be able to make... Because all it has to store is like, do you have this item in your inventory? Do you have that item? Which are all going to take up 1 bit each. And obviously the screen you're on, what maybe your coordinates on screen, which story flags have been triggered. But the point is, it really isn't going to add up to much with a few bit fields. I don't know. So I don't know why they've said, oh, you're not allowed that many saves. But let's delete a few more saves and make some more. If I had realised how stingy this game was going to be with saves, I would have been a lot more careful to make sure I was reusing old saves and not making new ones every time. Oh well. 'Tis what it is. Right, LMAG 1. Save. Beautiful. So I think we've done everything we need here. Oh, hang on. I did miss some stuff. Rub coarse rocks on plate. Although the coarsely ground garnets are quite small, you're able to take some of the larger pieces between your thumb and forefinger and streak them on your plate. These streaks are white, which is to be expected. All garnets, regardless of colour, produce white streaks. Rub coarse rocks on ruby. You try to scratch Nessa's ruby brooch with the coarsely ground garnets. Well, that's a relief. These coarsely ground garnets aren't marking the ruby at all. These are very likely to be actual garnets. That makes sense, seeing as these garnets were successfully ground by the jaw crusher. That's a good point, actually. So I was thinking about the fact that she claimed to have found a red diamond, which, as far as we're aware, doesn't exist in real life. But still, she was making it out to be this brand new discovery. Well, here's the thing. That would imply that there were people working down here for a long time mining up garnets, and they failed to notice that there were red diamonds here. And now the only way that kind of figures in my head is if they didn't realise they weren't also garnets, even though you'd think experienced eyes would be able to tell the difference. But that would imply that there may well be people in the real world. Sorry, not the real world, in the game world, in the outside of this mine, in this game's world, there would be people with red diamonds that think they're garnets that came out of this mine. But that's the point, their rock crusher wouldn't have worked on a red diamond. It would have just, the machine itself would have probably broke. Which raises questions. You need to take coffers out of the equation, perhaps a distraction in the right direction from you, throw something down the passage, throw one of your samples. There's another way, look around you, want to be more considered before you try to take a rock in this area or when throwing it. Walk behind the large boulder until Nancy indicates she's properly concealed. You can also hide behind boulder. Take a rock. You can do other things with the rock before throwing it. Take rock, look at rock, examine rock. You can also rub the rock on the plate and the brooch. Okay, I know what is expected of me now. So let's try and do this properly this time. So apparently I can walk out in front of a boulder and not be seen, even though just trying to pick up a rock from this position revealed me. I mean, I honestly thought when I saw where we were tucked away that it would be perfectly safe to try and pick up a boulder from there. Hide behind boulder. This is a pretty good place to conceal myself should Corvus happen to turn his head. Take rock. You pick up a plain rock from the floor. Throw rock north. Look. Doorway to the north. Throw rock down doorway to the north. Throw rock down north doorway. How do we do this then? I'll have a lovely look, Tato. Sorry, I'm only seeing that now. I can rub the rock on the plate or brooch, I suppose I can. Rub rock on plate. The red crystals are too deeply embedded into the plain rock for you to be able to perform a streak test on them. It's a good thought though. This particular sample isn't quite as good as the others I've gathered. Sometimes it's hard for me to throw away rock samples. I need to get better about that. Rub rock on ruby. You're unable to perform a streak test on the plain rock using the ruby brooch. These red crystals are not that easy to access. For that reason, and for my purposes, this rock sample isn't very helpful. It's worth a try, but not every sample is well suited for a streak test. It's still quite pretty though. Throw rock north. Throw rock down doorway. Ah, that did do it.
What? What was that? Someone coming from the middle passage?
I thought I heard something too. I'll take a look. Without any sort of light source. Goodness. Oh dear. Oh, poor Corvus.
Corvus, what have you done? You oaf!
Either Corvus is inaudible behind the pile of rubble or unable to reply.
Eek, I didn't expect that to happen. I just want to create a distraction. Corvus!
Let's see if I can free Mr. Richards while Nessa's preoccupied with saving Corvus's life. 2 against 1 sounds like better odds. Maybe we can turn the tables on her until Jack arrives with help.
You'd better be digging as hard as I am, Corvus. You always mess things up.
Nessa continues to pour ineffectually through the rubble while chastising Corvus. Interesting. Let's take the... I'm looking at the hint guide.
Nancy? What are you doing here?
Hang on. I'm gonna... reload. Throw rock. Down doorway. I have to remember to save. I was expecting, I wasn't expecting her to... come at me when I was just walking. Save again. Beautiful. Take almonds. There we go. Won't be able to use them against him. You take the crushed Jordan almonds from the tabletop and throw them over the edge into the darkness.
I won't let these endanger Mr. Richards' life. Nancy? What are you doing here? You just don't know when to quit, do you? Get out. When I get over there, you'll wish you'd never meddled.
Take lantern.
Stop. Come any closer and I'll throw this lantern over the edge. You need the light just as much as we do. No one can leave this cavern without it. Jack will be along shortly. It's over, Nessa. You! You can try getting away, but my dear little brother certainly can't. Don't come any closer. Stay where you are. You're trying to tell me what to do. How dare you? Why did you ever set foot in Crimson? Why? If it hadn't been for you...
Nessa is so overwrought she can barely speak. Nessa stamps her foot angrily.
You're ruining everything! All of my planning, all that I've done, undone by you, you meddlesome slip of a girl. Nessa, be careful. Don't tell me what to do. How dare you!
Nessa pulls a knife out of her skirt pocket.
You'll never leave here alive! Watch out! I said, don't tell me what to do!
Oh no. The whole mine gives a great shudder, and part of the floor gives way.
Nancy!
Nessa clings desperately to the edge of a now yawning chasm, which has already swallowed her knife. Ah! Nessa?
Do you hear me? Do you think you've won? Dumb luck is all it is.
Ah, Nessa.
You wretched girl, always ruining everything.
Save Nessa. We don't want her to die. She should face justice. Oh, Nessa. No, be quiet for once. Nessa gasped for breath, recovering from her near-death experience.
You're stronger than you look.
Thanks. I wonder if I could safely secure Nessa. I need to do something before I start standing up, or else she might run off. Hang on. I can pause the game. I have no idea. Sorry, I'm just gonna cheat and use the hint guide again. Check your notebook. Did you get a new objective? If so, the details of how to achieve it are below. Okay. Read notebook. Notebook. There we go. Save Nessa. Try to secure Nessa before you stand up. Well, yes, but how? It's possible you lack the appropriate item to succeed at this objective. The item is back in the lodge, obtained all during chapter 5. Do I have a rope? I might have a rope. I remember picking up a rope at one point, but I don't see it now. Which is concerning. I might not have it. Oh, the padlock! It's the padlock. What am I gonna padlock her to? Of all the things, I did not expect that. Padlock Nessa? That's a good question. Look. You've arrived at an open... We know we've arrived. There's a central doorway. We know that. Large boulder. Look at Nessa. No, look around Nessa. Nessa Crabbe is Evan Richards' older sister. She is a stern, matronly woman with a look of perpetual displeasure etched into her face. Back in the city, you've seen plenty of women just like her. Well-to-do and disapproving. Oh my goodness. Bless my heart. It's an Avon raid! It's an Avon raid. Thank you so much. How did your stream go? What were you streaming? Were you doing more of your no, you finished your Dark Souls, didn't you? You finished your Dark Souls no maintenance run. What were you up to? And how did it go? It's lovely to see you as always, Ava. And welcome in, Raiders. I'm Robert, and this is the El Magnifico Games channel. If you enjoy these sort of cozy streams, I'm usually live on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 6 o'clock UK time. I summoned, but think I finished the Barren Swamp in Lies of P. Oh, well done, well done, well done. That's against the... Is that against... Hang on. I'm 99% sure I know the boss, but now I'm thinking if I've got the boss wrong, I don't want to spoil anything. Was it a particularly large boss? Yes, the green monster. That is the one I was thinking of. Well done. Very well done. Did you know that the phantoms you summon for the boss fights, they always use the weapon that you get from that boss? So when you summoned for that boss fight, it was using the weapon that you get, the boss weapon that you get for the green monster. Nessa's trying to collect herself after a near-death experience. She's catching her breath and looks like she'll be standing up at any moment. Okay, padlock Nessa to box. Examine area. I need to know what's in the nearby vicinity. Apparently I can restrain her with a padlock, but I need to know... I need to know what in the area she can be padlocked to. Examine box? The label sports a skull and crossbones. Thanks to your loop, you can read danger, contains arsenic. Do not eat. Uh-oh. That's a different box. Examine cart? Is it a cart? What is that thing? It only has one handle. I couldn't even lift a single one of those rocks either. Oh, wonderful. Padlock Nessa to cart. You hook Nessa's belt loop. Well, hang on. If you do her belt loop, she just has to take a belt off with the open padlock and close the padlock firmly around the front brace of the wheelbarrow. What do you think you're doing? At least you won't be falling down anywhere. Nessa's struggling to get up, but the wheelbarrow is too heavy and resists her attempts. Nessa screeches in frustration. Ah! Well, well. Now that that's over with, come help me with these ropes, Nancy. Right. Oh, Pikachu. 140 stream streak. That's incredible. Thank you so much, Pikachu. How are you, Pikachu? I know you didn't get much sleep. Are you feeling any better? I'll have a lovely lurk. Oh, sorry, I did skip some stuff. I did not notice that. I was focused on staying alive. Anyway, my throat hurts, so I'm going to go make myself some tea. Have a lovely lurk, Avon, and I hope your throat feels better soon. For those that are wondering, we are right at the end of this game. I don't know exactly how much is left, but I don't think there's much at all. And we're probably going to do some Dark Souls after that. Thanks, Nancy. I guess we should try and find our way out of here, eh? Yes, I think I know the way. Wait, you're just going to leave Nessa there? To be fair, it seems kind of cruel. But the alternative would be to wait for someone to find them. And they don't know whether that's going to happen. So this might actually be the right move. Hey, sis. Looks like you could use some cooling off. We'll come back for you. Maybe. Wait, do you hear that? You can definitely hear footsteps approaching. We're in here! Help! I wouldn't shout so loudly in a mine we know is unstable. Nancy, is that you? Mr. Richards. Ranger Murdoch! Nancy. Nathan's eyes widen slightly as his gaze settles on Nessa, skulking by the wheelbarrow. I padlocked Nessa to that wheelbarrow. Oh. I suppose we should deal with that. Actually, that's a good point. You don't have the key for the padlock, do you? But you could take her belt off. Ranger Murdoch kneels down and cuffs Nessa's hands together. He then cuts Nessa's belt loop with a pocket knife. Oh, Corvus is trapped behind that rubble in the middle passageway. We should probably get him out. look at the way they do the fade out effect. It's quite good, isn't it? Given the technology they've chosen to work with. Working together, you eventually clear the rubble and free Corvus. He's a bit worse for wear, but has only minor injuries. Ranger Murdoch cuffs Corvus just in case. Let's get out of here! Good idea. Ranger Murdoch leads the way out of the mine. You feel incredibly relieved to be out of the mine. Feels like a great weight has been lifted off your shoulders. The automobile is parked down the hill. And there are more rangers waiting for us at the train station. How did everyone get here so quickly? Well, it wasn't quick actually. I'm not actually a forest ranger. I'm a member of Northwest Mounted Police. We've been on the trail of a German spy and saboteur who is rumoured to be in this area. We believe he is responsible for the bombing of the bridge west of Crimson. Well, thank you for that, UK government. There's a very high risk of wildfires nationally. Can you stop making that noise, please? Residents, landowners and visitors should not undertake any activity that could start a fire, including disposable barbecues, fire pits, garden incinerators or fireworks. Even a small flame can rapidly develop into a major wildfire, placing lives, homes, businesses and emergency responders at risk. Follow official updates and report signs of fire immediately by calling 999. Search gov.uk/alerts for more information. Well, I apologise for that terrible din. Everybody, I wasn't expecting that either. That's the phone I use. That's the phone I use for face tracking that actually triggered that. Which is actually a good point, because it doesn't have a SIM card. There we go. The other phone, which does have a SIM card, got the same announcement. That's what I was just thinking. I was like, well, if that one went off, what about the other one? So they're misusing that system already. That system is so that they can give people urgent information, like you know, oh, there's a danger that bombs will be dropped on you or something like that. I mean, it could be a weather emergency, like, but it should be a more immediate danger. You know, like, I don't know, there's a tornado heading this way or something. It's not really meant for just general, oh, we've changed public policy, don't make any more fires right now. But they have the system in place, so they're going to use it. That's my opinion anyway. It's not that I object to them putting policies like that in place, far from it. It's just I don't think it's an appropriate use of an alert system like that. Which is supposed to be there to warn people of immediate dangers to life. High risk of wildfires can be worse than a tornado. Yeah, but an emergency warning system like that, it would be different if there was a wildfire in the area. If the alert had been, there's a wildfire in your area, yeah, okay, I get that. But at the end of the day, this is just telling people that public policy has changed. Don't start any fires in the immediate future, you know? That can be announced on the news and in other places. There were wildfires in Pennsylvania that are still burning underground. Yeah. If they were talking about an actual wildfire that had started, my opinion would be completely different. That's fair enough. To warn people there is a wildfire in your area, you could be in danger. That would be an appropriate use. To tell people we don't want you starting any barbecues right now, in my opinion, that is a misuse of the emergency warning system. That's not what it's for. Hello Rob, I've just returned home after shopping. I see. Have a lovely lurk, Avon. I'm not saying people have to agree with me, but that's my opinion. I don't think that's what it's there for. Oh, but Respa, I mean Carl. A man known to us as Carl Leffler. You revealed him, Nancy. Well done. Not only that, you tips us off to what his next target would be. Also, welcome back, Jenny, if I didn't say. It's lovely to see you. I hope your shopping went well. The soulslike. Right again. As you know, Canada declared war on Germany a few weeks ago. It appears operatives directed by the German Foreign Office have undertaken a campaign here in Canada to delay military aid to Europe by targeting transportation links such as railways, bridges, and canals. We strongly suspect that Carl L., a man we know as Carl Leffler, is one of those operatives. He has been apprehended at the soulslike while setting up explosive charges, and thanks to your impeccable detective work, Mr. Leffler will surely be brought to justice. Gee! What's gonna happen to Nessa?
You'll be hearing from my lawyer.
Not me, that's for certain. Let's go. Obviously, we've seen some of this earlier when I got the bad ending. Chapter 7 Conclusions. So I think this is going to be a short chapter if I'm not mistaken. I think this is going to be literally a quiz at the end of the game. The train station is a flurry of activity. Rangers are milling all around, consulting with each other in whispered conversations. Inside you can hear the non-stop whir and tick of the telegraph machine. The ranger in charge looks up and acknowledges Ranger Murdoch with a nod. Just the man I wanted to see. Thanks to the intelligence you provided, we were able to alert authorities in Sault Ste. Marie about the impending sabotage attempt on the soulslike. I'm guessing STE dot is an abbreviation, but I don't know for what. They were ready and waiting and caught the man red-handed with luggage full of dynamite and blasting caps, not to mention a 9mm Luger in the glove box. Imagine his surprise when they called him by his real name, Carl Leffler, aka Albert Resper, German spy and saboteur. I would have loved to have seen the look on his face. All in all, some mighty fine work. Ranger Murdoch, a crisis has been averted. As much as I'd like to take credit for it, Nancy Maple here is the one you ought to be thanking. She single-handedly figured it out. All I did was pass along the information. Well then, my thanks to you, Nancy Maple. You're a Canadian hero.
Thanks.
Though I'll warn you now, you might have to be an unsung hero at that. I have a feeling the Canadian government won't want to reveal just how vulnerable we were tonight. It could undermine the public's confidence at a crucial turning point for our country.
Oh, I don't mind at all, as long as things worked out for the best.
They did, Nancy. Truly. Thank you for your service. Now, what have you got here? We've just come from the old abandoned garnet mine. This is Mrs. Nessa Crab. She kidnapped her own brother. She could have done worse and gotten away with it too, except Miss Maple here was able to detain her by padlocking her to a wheelbarrow. A rather resourceful and ingenious move, if I may say so.
Ah, thanks.
I'd go through it all again, just to get to see the look on your face now. And Mr. Corvishaw is her suspected accomplice. They have a lot to answer for. A busy night. Yes, indeed. Please dispatch some crime scene investigators to the lodge so we can build a strong case. Roger that. I'm heading back to Toronto now. I need to meet with some higher-ups immediately. The Northwest Mounted Police have commandeered a train back to the city. I've been told you call Toronto home, Miss Maple. Will you join me?
I'm exhausted. I don't think I'm up for more travelling tonight, and I'm not ready to leave Crimson just yet.
Suit yourself. I need to take your statement for the report, but that can wait a day or two.
Thank you. I need a bit of time to get my thoughts in order.
Of course. There's going to be a ton of paperwork to do for this whole caper. I'll be trapped behind a desk for weeks. Do send word when you'll be returning. I'll pick you up from Union Station and escort you straight to the police station.
Will do! Thanks, Ranger Murdoch.
Nathan drives you, Jack, and Evan back to the lodge. Margot's death feels like it happened weeks ago, and your arrival in Crimson feels like it happened months ago, when in fact I think it's only been 24 hours? And it feels like years ago when you spoke to your boss, Professor Plummet.
Ah, my boss, my fieldwork. What am I going to tell him?
Despite the excitement of the evening, you find yourself nodding off, only to be jolted awake when Nathan's automobile hits an uneven stretch of road. Eventually, not even the bumpy road can rouse you. Nancy? You're awake? We're back! Once Jack has roused you from your deep slumber, you make your way upstairs as quietly as possible, lest you wake Kimmy. King Charles III isn't descended from every English sovereign. Can you name 2 such monarchs who are not his direct ancestor? Oh, that's a good question. Hang on, direct ancestor? Ah, that's cheating a bit. Because what the royal family often ended up doing is when there was actually a crisis and 2 different people could have become the monarch, or at least there were 2 different claims, then one would end up becoming the monarch, but then they'd often marry into the other line afterwards, so that the 2 lineages would combine. Certainly that's what you saw with Henry VII, but you saw that a lot, I believe. So he would actually be descended from most monarchs. It's just that he wasn't descended from... He wouldn't be their direct descendant. James II would be one he wasn't directly descended from, because he was the one that got the boot following the Glorious Revolution. He wouldn't be a direct descendant of Elizabeth I either, because she had no children. So those are 2 obvious candidates. There are obviously other possibilities, of course, like George IV, I think, didn't have any descendants. King Charles III is not directly descended from Charles II, who left no legitimate heirs, that's true, nor from James II, whose line was bypassed in the succession. Yep, those are both valid answers, but there are other answers, particularly if you restrict yourself to direct descent.
My goodness, what a night. I've never been so exhausted.
You climb into bed and are eager to fall asleep. But as your gaze falls onto the ransacked curio cabinet, you realise there are a few things you may want to bring up with the other inhabitants of the lodge tomorrow morning. I'd better make some new notes on fresh paper to remind myself, or I could just decide to go to sleep if I wish. Gamer's autosave. Did Margot have an accomplice in the ruby brooch theft? What do you count as an accomplice? I would say no. She took the ruby brooch on her own, and we found it in her... Wait, did she? Or did she get someone else to snatch it? I don't remember. I know with the stains... She had Nathan take them, but I don't think the ruby brooch she did.
I think Margot acted alone.
Who was the imposter at Crimson? That was... What's his name? I know his actual... We found out it was Carl L. What was his name? Was it Resper? Albert Resper. Albert Resper.
That explains why he was examining that glacial erratic. He had no idea
That wouldn't be a good indicator of geology in the area.
The report Albert wrote for Nessa demonstrated no knowledge of proper fieldwork procedures, nor appropriate use of mineralogy terminology. He was definitely not a mineralogical expert. I wonder if he was even a Belgian.
Hang on. But I got lots of happy noises when I did that. So, should I have written yes here? Yes, I suspect someone helped Margot hide the ruby brooch effectively. I suspect, so I didn't find the evidence for it. Okay. Nathan? Oh, hang on. No, it would have been Jack. I think we did hear about this. Jack. I'm quite sure I'm right about that. Jack and Margot were thick as thieves, literally. I found the brooch in Margot's walk-in closet, pinned under a hat, after Nessa and Corvus had already thoughtfully searched there, including the hats. Margot was already dead by then. Jack must have hid the brooch there after Nessa and Corvus were finished searching that room. Oh, I don't think we found evidence for that. I wonder if I could have found evidence for that. I should ask him about that tomorrow morning. Now, about the curio cabinet. I didn't realise that. I assumed that she had hid it there and they just failed to find it due to not thinking to check the inner lining of the hats. Clearly not. Who stole the pair of antique silver stains? Nathan. That should have been an easy one. The culprit's fingerprints was on the curio and they confessed. Oh. Hang on. Oh, hang on. Who stole them? So she took them herself, but then gave them to Nathan. Okay. That makes sense. I wish I wasn't making so many mistakes. I feel like a complete buffoon. Who stole the pair of antique silver stains? That was, of course, Margot. Margot's fingerprints was the only one I lifted from the smashed curio cabinet. Plus, she admitted to taking the antique silver wedding stains. That's all pretty clear-cut. But mentioned having help. Who helped with the stains? Who was the accomplice in the theft of the antique silver stains? Nathan. Nathan admitted to helping Margot hide the antique silver wedding stains. But he's doing it for the right reasons. I promised I won't tell anyone, and I won't. Who was the imposter at Crimson Lodge? Albert Resper. That explains... Oh, I've already read all that. Who was Kimmy's... What was Kimmy's true girl? I don't know if we ever found that out, did we? I mean... Bird watching, wasn't it? Bird watching? After everything I've witnessed, I'm pretty certain that Kimmy is just a keen birdwatcher who probably had the worst vacation of her life. Everything and anything can look suspicious if you're looking for suspicious activity. Were Evan Richards and Nathan Cardinal friends or enemies? Friends. Their conversation in the conservatory indicates that they are similarly aligned when it comes to the fate of the lodge and lands. They also met up in the study after that first dinner. It was hard to tell if they were friendly then. But I did see them shake hands. They respect each other. Margot entrusted the antique silver wedding stains to Nathan. She trusted him. And Nathan was risking Nessa coming after him for those valuable antiques. Nathan was out late at night with Jack, and they were both helping Mr. Richards. I heard them talking about that. I recovered a sample of clear crystals from the salt at the lodge that didn't dissolve in water. I'm pretty sure that's what Nathan and Jack were trying to hide. And Nathan helped me and Jack rescue Mr. Richards tonight. He risked losing his Indian status by revealing himself to Ranger Murdoch and having snuck off the reservation. He's a true friend. Mr. Richards is lucky to have him. What were Jack and Nathan trying to conceal? I don't think we ever found out precisely, did we? We know it's some sort of rock. You've filled all your save slots. Okay, have to make some more then. What was I thinking? Yeah, I don't think we ever determined what they were. They looked like they were... we know they were tiny little rocks. I think we suspected garnets, but we never found out for sure. I certainly don't think they were diamonds. I suppose they could have been. Garnets? I don't really think Jack and Nathan will be trying to hide garnets. Crimson is famous for garnets. Well, it doesn't mean they had them legally. Diamonds? It is possible after all, but so far that is only a hunch, based on the samples I've gathered. I'll need to verify my hypothesis when I get back to the museum. I did see Nathan and Jack gathering something shiny from the riverbank, and I recovered the odd salt sample that didn't dissolve in water. Those could be diamonds. The irony is, Nathan and Jack were trying to conceal just the colourless stones, not the red ones. No one figured that some of the red garnets could actually be diamonds, because no one knew crimson diamonds could exist. Red diamonds are far more spectacular discovery, and they were there the whole time under everyone's noses. Where did Jack conceal the suspected diamonds? In the rock salt. I did recover these clear crystals from the bag of rock salt. If these really are diamonds, the bag of rock salt in the smokehouse would have been the perfect hiding place. Who would guess? Well, but imagine not knowing that there were tiny little diamonds in the rock salt and then seasoning your food with it, biting into it, and your tooth bites down hard on a diamond. Oh. What a horrible thought. Were Margot and Jack having an affair? No, we were led to believe. I'm quite sure Margot and Jack were just friends. He explained the meaning of their secretive boudoir meeting. He was helping her inject her medicine. Jack was a good friend to Margot and nothing more. He told me so and I believe him. What's more, the evidence I found backs him up. I found his fingerprints in Margot's medicine kit. What items suggest Nesta came to the lodge intending to threaten or harm Evan? Nuts. Almonds, actually, specifically. Almonds. Mr. Richards is allergic to almonds and Nessa knew that. She brought those Jordan almonds with her and filled that crystal bowl in the parlour. Avert as you please. Nessa wasn't just being a rude guest, she was a bully. But at least she didn't get away with it. You're exhausted and decide to go to sleep instead of pondering these questions. You wake up the next morning feeling refreshed and ravenous. As you make your way down the upstairs hallway, you begin to smell the inviting aromas of coffee and bacon. You enter the kitchen and find the other inhabitants gathered around the table, digging into a hearty breakfast. You join in. Morning light is streaming through the small window, causing motes of dust to sparkle and dance in the light. Mr. Richards is slumped in front of his plate, eyes downcast. Jack, you helped Margot steal Nessa's ruby brooch, didn't you? I found your fingerprints on it. Well, I didn't help her steal it. I helped her hide it. I think we're all sick of Nessa's shenanigans. How did you know? I found Nessa's brooch in Margot's walk-in closet, pinned under one of her hats. But that was after Corvus had thoroughly examined those hats. So someone moved the brooch after Margot died. You were close with Margot. She trusted you with her secrets. Yeah, it was me. I had the brooch up there in the closet after Nesta and Corvus had ransacked it, after Margot died. I figured it was the last place I'd check if they ever came back to the lodge to take another look. I would have kept it on me, except we were heading to the mine last night to go find Mr. Richard. Who knows what could have happened? I didn't want to get caught with the brooch and charged with theft. We'd planned to sell the brooch to help pay for the lodge's upkeep. It ain't cheap. Well, that still doesn't belong to you. Nessa may have committed murder and attempted murder, but that doesn't mean that she has no property rights. You can just take her property and then do as you please with it. Nessa was trying to lay claim to the whole place, but she never lifted a finger to take care of it, nor sent a dime. I actually think that's a pretty good idea. What do you think, Mr. Richards? That's not a good idea. Sounds good to me. That would be a nice thing for Nessa to indirectly do. She certainly wouldn't intentionally do anything good for anyone else. You hand the ruby brooch over to Jack. Thanks, Nessa. Oh, thanks, Nancy. Maybe I can get a new mop. Her secrets. You mean like in a boudoir on the first night you arrived? Yes, I know you've already discussed that. You said the two of you were just friends and I believe you. Yeah, Jack helped Margot with her salvarsan treatments. You knew about that? Sure did. The injections were very painful for her. I couldn't stand to do them. Wow, that makes me feel better about that. Margot knew Nessa and Corvus would rummage through her things. Her vanity is a lock, but she suspected that it wasn't secure. In fact, she suspected it had been tampered with already. I kept the brooch in my pocket for a bit, but when we were fixing to head to the garnet mine, I didn't want to bring it with me. So I nipped upstairs to a giant closet and pinned it to the underside of one of her hats, up on those mannequin heads. I figured should Nessa and Corvus return to the lodge, the last place they'd look is somewhere they'd already searched. Isn't this repeat dialogue? Kimmy, I'm sorry that your birding trip was full of so much drama and tension, but I'm very glad I got to meet you.
Thanks so much, Nancy. That's very kind of you. Yes, this was one of the strangest trips I've ever taken. So much unpleasantness and tragedy. But I don't regret coming here. Crimson is a beautiful place. Margaret was very kind. Jack and Nathan really helped me feel at home here despite everything. And you, Mr. Richards. Yeah? I can see why you love Crimson so much. I love it too.
Ah, that's real nice. Thanks, Kimmy.
And Nancy, I'm very glad I got to meet you too. You're one of a kind, brave and clever. No matter what happens, I'm sure you'll make your dreams come true. Thank you. That means a lot to me. I'll try my best. Nathan, I have to know.
Yes?
About the set of silver wedding stains.
I've brought them back this morning, now that they're out of Nessa's reach. I really appreciate Nathan keeping them safe for me. Don't worry, he told me all about what Margot did, and they're right about me. I would have just given them to Nessa, to make her stop harassing me. Story of my life. Never again.
I have to know. Are there diamonds here in Crimson?
Mr. Richards, Nathan and Jack exchanged meaningful looks.
I think you and Jack were picking alluvial diamonds out of the riverbank when I saw the two of you last night. I collected a sample from that area. I think Jack hides the little diamonds in the bag of rock salt in the smokehouse. I grabbed a handful of salt and dissolved it in water. Some of the crystals didn't dissolve.
Nancy? There are diamonds in Crimson. We have to check the riverbanks regularly for ones that come down the river. Over time, we've managed to extract most of the gems that are in the ground, but soil erosion also reveals them. Ever so often, we've got to go looking for more that have appeared. They're easiest to see by moonlight. Evan used to help us. In fact, he used to do it all by himself. Yeah, but it wore my back down, so it's now up to Jack and Nate. Fortunately for us, not many people were around. It was a difficult secret to keep even then. Yeah, until that fish swallowed that whopper of a diamond and that lucky duck fisherman caught it. Nothing but trouble, that was.
My goodness, I see. There's one last thing I want to know. Red diamonds aren't known to exist anywhere in the world. I think there are red diamonds here in Crimson. Am I right?
Yes, Nancy, we know. Back in the day, those were just assumed to be garnets. No one really thought to look closer. Yeah, but it would have broken the grinding machine. Because, as you say, everyone knows that red diamonds don't exist.
Wow, I'm speechless. Wow, I'm speechless. Do you know what this means? It could be one of the most significant mineralogical finds of all time. It would put Crimson on the map.
Yeah, that's what we're afraid of.
Oh, yes. I see.
Nancy, we know that your fieldwork is very important to you, and we certainly can't prevent you from divulging anything you may have discovered here. We can only ask you to think about what news could mean for Crimson. We like it how it is now.
I do too.
Me too, and so did Margot.
What will happen now?
That partially depends on you, Nancy. You all pile into Nathan's automobile, except for Mr. Richards, as there isn't enough room in the four-seater. You sense he'd like some time alone anyway. He gives you and Kimmy a nod and then turns away. As the automobile trundles away from the lodge, you crane your neck and take one last look.
I'm really going to miss this place in spite of everything.
You turn and face forward. The rattling of the rough road makes it hard to think. The only current thought you manage to have is, what will you tell your boss, and what could that mean for your future? Thank goodness the bridge has been repaired enough to allow trains to cross it again.
Repaired? Enough?
Heh. You are travelling light, Nancy. I wouldn't be too concerned.
Travelling light, thanks to Albert.
Okay, Nancy, the train's gonna leave soon. Be well.
Oh, but what about you, Kimmy?
I've talked it over with Evan, Jack and Nathan. I think I'll stay here for a bit. It's been so tense here. I want to relax, enjoy the birds. And the full migration is starting in a few weeks, and the leaves will be changing colour. I've promised Jack I'll help with the lodge chores. I'll earn my keep.
That's wonderful news. I wish I could stay longer too,
but I've got to get back to my job in the city. I know she's got a green hat on again. Good luck, Nancy. I'm going to miss you. I'll miss you too, Kimmy. Be well. I'll miss all of you. Thanks for letting me stay with you, and please thank Mr. Richards too. We'll let him know. You're made of pretty tough stuff, Nancy. Jack's been telling me how brave you were down in the mine. We're grateful for all you've done here. Goodbye, Nancy.
Yeah, bye Nancy. Now go on, the train's not gonna wait forever.
Right.
Look at him wave. You stare out the train window. It's a clear, cool morning. As crisp and refreshing as it is this far north, you brace yourself for the muggy summer heat down by Toronto. Your mind is buzzing with all that has transpired over the last few days. It feels like you're returning from a long voyage. It hasn't been that many days, has it? I think she spent one full day there, so I think I don't know what day, I don't remember what day of the week it was, but if she arrived on a Monday, it would be a Wednesday now, I think. You can't help but wonder, did you miss anything? Did you leave any loose ends? Would you like to be privy to some helpful, introspective thoughts? Yes or no? Type yes or no to receive helpful notes. Yes. You ponder the thoughts you had the previous night before bed. If I confronted someone with hard evidence about the brooch theft, I might have gotten a confession. Albert was an imposter, no question about it. He was definitely not an expert mineralogist. The glacier-erratic boulder was not mineralogical relevant to the region. He had no idea. Was there another detail that I missed? Oh, glacial, because it was travelled down there on a glacier. It's not the rocks. It's not the natural rock of the area, presumably, is the point. Was there another detail that I missed that would support my theory that he wasn't a well-read mineralogist? I'm pretty sure that Nathan was Mr. Richards' friend, but did I miss any important details of his actions? What about that time Jack and Nathan met up in the carriage house? Could there have been a way to listen to them discuss things? Could I have hidden somewhere? So these are questions that someone could write down before playing the game a second time and getting more information, I think. Oh, welcome back, Avon. Oh, sorry, I've just realised I skipped a couple of messages. Welcome back, Avon. That chamomile tea sounds lovely. I hope your throat's feeling a little better. Is PQ mode not working? Hold on. Let me fix that. I think I know what I didn't do. I think Firebot hasn't been running this whole time because I'm a moron. Let me quickly fix that and then I'll trigger PQ mode myself. Connect. Oh my goodness, we're getting a lot of frame drops all of a sudden. Okay, it seems to have calmed down. I will not be talking for at least the next couple of hours. Oh, Avon. Sorry to hear that. Did this come on while you were streaming? Were you losing your voice? Also, Alexu, it's an absolute pleasure to see you. I hope you're well. I can't summon you. This is a graphical adventure game, a single player one. I just got a second shouty, thanks, but huh? That's probably because I didn't have Firebot running, it looks like. It looks like I must have forgotten to start it at the beginning of the stream. So I think your previous shout out must have been just like a text shout out, not a shout out on screen. If that makes sense, because normally you would raid, that would trigger a shout out, and then Firebot would do the thing on screen. But because Firebot wasn't running, it didn't know you were in chat until I just started it. What if Nathan was trying to preserve and protect the lodge and lands? He might have sought out Albert's help. I should have kept my eyes and ears open for that circumstance. Some of the rock salt didn't melt in water. It's definitely not rock salt, but what is it? Well, we know that. It's diamond. They admitted it. Nessa's ruby brooch might have been helpful for me to scratch test my samples. I did that a bit. Seeing as rubies have a most hardness of 9.0 and my samples are likely garnets with a most hardness of 6.5 to 7.5, Nessa's brooch would be unharmed. Useless. Some of my samples are diamonds, of course. Oh, unless some of my samples are diamonds, of course. What about that sample of strangely unmeltable rock salt I collected? What could that be? Maybe rubbing the salt sample on the brooch could help me figure it out. Yeah, I should have done that. I should have tried that before I gave the brooch to Jack. I can't think of much else, actually. You turn your attention towards your impending interview with Ranger Murdoch. Oh, I can read you some facts in a moment. I noticed it before I started to stream, but I figured it was just first, when my throat got progressively worse as it went. Oh no. Do you think you have an infection? Or a cold? As for Margot's death, Ranger Murdoch could have been helpful. I could have told him about my investigation into Margot's death. Maybe Ranger Murdoch could help me figure out Margot's illness if I told him about it. If only I'd found a way to link a culprit to Margot's suspicious death, like a fingerprint. I didn't I? Have Margot's glass, could it have helped me learn how she might have got poisoned? I'm so confused, I thought we did that. Gotten poisoned. After a good deal of mulling over, you conclude, I think that's all. You fall quickly into deep, dreamless sleep. You don't awaken until the train pulls into Union Station. I can't summon you right now. This game is finishing up now. I'm probably going to do some Dark Souls in a bit, but I don't know how much epilogue there is. Oh my goodness, they've done such a good job of the art. This scene exists, the art we've just seen, I'm pretty sure exists just for this one scene in the epilogue. I don't think we can be here at any other point in the game. Ranger Murdoch meets you at Union Station as arranged. Ranger Murdoch! Hello, Nancy. It's good to see you again. Would you like me to drive you home to rest? No, thanks. I'm eager to have my interview. Let's go! Alright, follow me. What are we supposed to be looking through? It's like a hole in the wall. You look over at the wanted posters on the bulletin board and see a familiar face. The face has familiar features, but the expression gives you pause. It's unmistakably Margot, but she looks scared and angry, and the name is different too. The Margot you knew was at peace, kind and caring. You feel fortunate to have met her when you did. The poster lists her offences as assault, theft, racketeering, public nuisance. Oh, so she didn't kill anyone. Avon. Nancy? I don't actually... Oh, sorry, that's him. Nancy? Sorry, just lost in thought. Ah, yes, that person has been on the most wanted list for... yes, that person has been on the most wanted list for a few years now. Skagway was a near lawless place. Sometimes, who the criminals were was a matter of public opinion. And sometimes, if you didn't make friends with the right people, you could get stuck with all sorts of trumped-up charges. Does she look familiar to you? No, I don't recognize her. Very well, let's begin. Suddenly, your boss, Professor Plummer, appears in the doorway. I have no idea what voice I was using for him.
Nancy, there you are. Welcome back. I've heard the train had come in.
Sir, we're in the middle of a confidential interview.
My apologies. I won't be a moment. Nancy, what did you find? Are there diamonds in Crimson? I must know. Yes or no?
A note has been added to your notebook. Oh, this is a big decision. Huh? What happened? Heard my username. Oh, we found out, you know Margot, the French woman that was living with Mr. Richards, who was murdered, and how she had some sort of criminal record. We just found out she was charged with theft and racketeering and assault. And I think there was one more that I've forgotten, but not murder or anything like that. And the ranger here, Ranger Murdoch, did also, strangely, before we even clarified that we knew who this was, in fact we actually lied and said we didn't. Before that had even taken place, he sort of gave her an out already and said, oh, but that was a lawless place and all sorts of people, if they didn't have friends, had groundless charges made against them. So if I say yes, I'm being honest and true to my academic career, because we did find diamonds there, but it will destroy their way of life. If I say no, it'll protect their way of life, but it's not the truth. What weighs on you telling him yes or no? Lovely to see you, Omaha. I hope you're well. Yeah, so all those friends we made, if I say yes there are diamonds there, that's going to change their life for good. And probably the whole town. I imagine the whole town, which is quite a nice peaceful place right now, would have people rushing there to mine the diamonds, and the place would very much change in character. But on the other hand, we are a mineralogist, so are we to lie to our professor? What do we think, chat? What should I say? Should I lie and say that there are no diamonds there in order to protect the friends we made? And the area of natural beauty? Or should I say yes and be true to our career, true to our be honest, be true to ourselves, be honest, and true to our intended career. The diamond industry is disgusting, to be honest. What do you want? I vote no. We have one vote for no. Do we have any more votes? Any more votes? Actually, I can do a poll, can't I? Let's set up a poll quickly. I can probably set up a poll for like 30 seconds or something. Should we say that there are diamonds in Crimson? Yes. No. Duration 1 minute. There we go. Get your votes in, assuming that worked. I think that worked. I would lean towards no personally, but honestly want to see both outcomes. Oh, if you want to see both outcomes, I could save here. We have one vote for no. I'll wait the 30 more seconds or so for the poll to end. Nearly finished. Nearly finished. And the result is... say no. Okay. No. I'm afraid I didn't find anything significant, Professor. The poll victor is a canon choice, I guess. I managed to obtain some good samples, though. I think I'll still be able to produce a good report for my fieldwork. It just won't be very exciting.
Ah, I'm sorry to hear it, Nancy. As for exciting, most research isn't. Don't worry too much about that. Come see me when you're ready, and I'll help you with your report.
Thanks so much, Professor Plummer.
Take care, Nancy. See you soon.
Okay, now let's really begin. Any information you provide will be kept strictly confidential, of course. Thank you, I appreciate it. We've detained Nessa Crab in connection with Evan Richards' kidnapping and attempted fraud. According to Mr. Richards, he was assaulted at the jetty, but it was dark out and he was rather inebriated. Do you have any evidence connecting Nessa to the scene at the jetty, yes or no? Yes. We do. Yes, I do. What evidence did you find? If there are multiple points to make, we'll discuss through separately. One word answer will suffice. Oh my goodness. Shoe prints? Actually, I only found Corvus' size 14 shoes on the jetty. Nessa didn't happen to step on the spilled whiskey. Hair? Do you have anything else to show me that could connect Nessa to the possible crime since seeing found on the jetty? Yes or no? I don't remember. Do I? Let me check my inventory. I could have sworn there was, but I don't know what. Fingerprints? Fingerprints? Did I get fingerprints? I found Nessa's fingerprint on a shattered crystal decanter at the jetty. It's made of thick glass. It wouldn't have broken from being tipped over or dropped from a carrying height. I think Nessa had a confrontation with Evan on the jetty, during which he recently threw the decanter down, causing it to break. Well done, Nancy. Our investigation found that broken decanter and came to a similar conclusion. Did you find anything in the areas besides the jetty that would connect Nessa to Evan's kidnapping, yes or no? Yes. Yes, I do. What evidence did you find? If there are multiple points to make, we'll discuss them separately. Shoe prints. I found Nessa's shoe print in the wooded area near the jetty. How do you know that the shoe prints belong to Nessa? I learned the shoe sizes of everyone at the lodge. She's the only one who wears that size and style of shoe. That's some good detective work, Nancy. We know about the shoe prints because we took impressions of Nessa's shoes when we took her into custody. I tracked Nessa's shoe prints into the smokehouse. I think that's how she and Corvus temporarily detained Evan until they were ready to take him to the Garnet Mine. Do you have anything else to share that would connect Nessa to Evan's kidnapping? In areas other than the jetty, yes or no? Yes. We have the hair. I recovered these hairs from the wood north of the jetty. I'm pretty confident they belong to Nessa. You hand the long grey brown hairs over to Ranger Murdoch. The thing is, even if that is that hair, that doesn't prove we're telling the truth about where we found them, though. You know, we could have got that off a hairbrush. Wow, our investigators didn't find any hairs. I'll send someone over to take another look. The bulbs of those hairs are intact. That means they need to be ripped from the scalp with some force. That definitely implies she was part of the struggle in that area. I'm going to have to keep these hairs, Nancy. Of course. Why would we want to keep them? Why is he making it sound like we'd have a problem with that? Do you have anything else to share that could connect Nessa to Evan's kidnapping in areas other than the jetty, yes or no? I don't recall. Do I? I'm leaning towards no. I'm gonna go with no. I'm afraid not. Okay, moving on. Mr. Richards was being held in the lodge's smokehouse before being moved to the Garnet Mine. Did you find any evidence to support our theory regarding his unlawful confinement? Yes. Yes, I do. What evidence did you find? There was the cookie. If you're not accepting cookie, what will you accept? Biscuit? Fingerprint? Oh, thumbprint thing. I'm confused. I thought we found like a thumbprint cookie thing and that was how we knew. Am I not allowed to present that? Oh, I did get the button. That should have been for the previous one. Jam? I guess no. Okay, moving on. How did you figure out that Mr. Richards was taken to the Garnet Mine? Jam. Mr. Richards used the jam from Jack's thumbprint cookie to draw a hidden symbol. The symbol was a red circle surrounded by a round red border. Red? It was raspberry jam. I tasted it. Tasted it? Yes, it was delicious. The symbol even resembled the thumbprint cookies, which I learned are called hallongrotta in Swedish. Hallongrotta means raspberry cave in English, and a raspberry cave would be a garnet mine. Oh, and a raspberry cave would be a garnet mine. Exactly. Mr. Richards was talking about the garnet mines at dinner on the night I arrived in Crimson. He said they'd been deserted for years. It was a perfect place for him to hide him. Mr. Richards told us that Nessa was attempting to intimidate him into signing a... Oh. Mr. Richards told us that Nessa was attempting to intimidate him into signing a forged copy of his own will. Do you have any knowledge that might back up his claim, yes or no? Yes. I have the will. Wait, what? I thought I had the will. Do I not? Did I lose it? I do have the will. Hand over the will. Last will. I don't get it. I literally have the will. Nuts. Mr. Richards is allergic to almonds and has been since childhood. It was common knowledge, and Nessa brought Jordan almonds with her when she returned to the lodge. I found shattered pieces of Jordan almonds in the smokehouse where I believe Mr. Richards was briefly held. I managed to recover one of Nessa's fingerprints from the remnants of one of the shiny candy shells. Stellar work, Nancy. Your investigation team didn't find that. What's more, yeah, a lot of the reason why they didn't find a lot of this stuff was because she'd already taken the evidence. What's more, there were more Jordan almond pieces in the cavern when Nessa brought him. There's no doubt in my mind that Nessa brought the Jordan almonds to the lodge, knowing full well how dangerous they were to Mr. Richards. Maybe at first she only planned to intimidate him with them, but in the end, she was prevented from doing any worse. Let's move on to Corvus Shaw's role in Mr. Richards' kidnapping. Do you have any evidence that could connect Corvus to these crimes? Yes or no? Yes. What evidence? Button? I found this metal button, which I recovered from outside the smokehouse. I observed Corvus wearing a striped vest with the exact type of button that very same night. If you examine Corvus' clothing, I'm sure you'll find that one of the buttons is missing on one of his vests. I think she means waistcoat. We did indeed make a note of a missing button, and now we know what happened to it. This is a very good piece of evidence, Nancy. May I have it? Of course. Do you have anything else? Shoe prints? I found Corvus' shoe prints on the jetty in the woods, leading away from the jetty and leading into the smokehouse. The shoe prints on the jetty must have been formed when he stepped into the spilt whiskey, and they were still wet. That suggests to me that it was either present during the abduction of Mr. Richards or soon after. Considering the scuff marks I saw on the jetty, Mr. Richards was dragged away with some force. I doubt Nessa, an elderly lady, could have dragged her brother away with that amount of force. That's terrific work, Nancy. Our investigation didn't see any shoe prints on the jetty. They must have dried up before we got there. Shoe prints. If a shoe print dries up, it'll be preserved. Can I connect Corvus to the well? Good point. He did write the will, didn't he? But now that we know they're there, perhaps some forensic processes will help reveal them. I think Corvus' movements during that time are pretty clear. Very fair of you. Every bit helps. I think that's all the information I have about connecting Corvus to the crimes against Mr. Richards. That's not true, though. Okay, let's move on. What about any lesser crimes? We suspect Corvus was brought to the lodge by Nessa to commit fraud. Do you know anything else that would help us build that case? Yes or no? Well, I found Mr. Richards' last will and testament in Corvus' satchel. It stated that Nessa was to get everything after his death. Although it hadn't been signed by Mr. Richards and the writing was in Corvus' hand. That seemed pretty fishy to me. Very interesting. Do you happen to have that document? I do. Here you go. You hand the questionable document over to the ranger. Thanks, Nancy. You're welcome. And what about Carl Leffler, aka Albert Resto? What could you tell me about him? Rangers apprehended him in the middle of his sabotage attempt on the Soulslike, so that's an open and shut case. But we suspect this man's involved in other illegal acts. Do you think you can attribute other criminal activities to him? Yes or no? We can give him the report. I revealed indentations of what was written on the papers that were on top of these ones. Both were mineralogical reports by Albert. Only one said that there were diamonds in crimson, and the other said there were none. Why would that be? I suspect Albert was actually a mineralogist. I suspect Albert wasn't actually a mineralogist at all, and that neither report is valid. He was scamming Nathan and Nessa. Carl, I mean. I'm sorry, it's hard to keep everything straight. That's okay, Nancy, you're doing great. I found a field report in Corvus' satchel that was identical to the indentations of the paper in the waste paper basket. I was able to read the full field report, and it's clear to me that Albert was stringing terms together without knowing what they actually meant. Fascinating. You wouldn't happen to have that field report, would you? As a matter of fact, I do. You hand the field report over to Ranger Murdoch. Great work, Nancy.
It's not worth the paper it's written on. Any meteorologist will tell you that. The Geological Survey of Canada would never endorse it. I'll be writing my own field report, which I'm hoping the Royal Canadian Museum will publish. I'm proud of the work I did. With any luck, our report will be a newly definitive survey of Crimson Ontario. Sorry, I got a little bit carried away. Back on topic. Would you like to take these crumpled papers into evidence?
Yes, indeed. If you have something else you'd like to tell me about Leffler, just say so or say no and I'll ask about something else.
We have the cap. I think Carl sabotaged the train bridge. On the same strip of telegraph tape that revealed Albert's real name and next target for sabotage, it said, "Well done in crimson." I found a stick of dynamite under his bed. I think it rolled there while he was packing to hurriedly leave the lodge. On the way to the lodge on that first night in crimson, Jack commented on how heavy Cole's set of luggage was. I bet most of Cole's luggage was dedicated to hauling explosive equipment, dynamite and blasting caps. In fact, I found a tin of blasting caps that Cole left in the lodge, as well as a bullet. He was definitely up to no good. He stored the blasting caps and bullets in the blue trunk in the upstairs closet. I found his fingerprints on the padlock.
Outstanding! Very well done.
Gee, thanks. Cole knew to store the dynamite separately from the blasting caps. He probably had training with explosives, or at least some prior knowledge. And I'm almost certain that if rangers search the immediate area around the bridge, they'll find discarded luggage, possibly part of the same set, with explosive residue inside.
This is very helpful information. We originally suspected Leffler of the bridge sabotage, but hadn't thought to search for the luggage that matches the set he was carrying when we arrested him at the Soulslike. That would be very compelling connection to make should we find such an item. Speaking of items, do you happen to have the telegraph tape?
I do! Here you go.
You give the telegraph tape to Ranger Murdoch. Thanks, Nancy. You wouldn't happen to have that stick of dynamite, would you?
I'm afraid not. I used it.
You used it?
Yes! In order to get into the abandoned mine, I rigged up an explosive to blow a teensy hole in some rubble. My dad used to work in demolitions. He taught me a thing or two.
Ah, I see. Do you have the bullet you discovered?
Absolutely. Here it is.
Can you imagine if she said, "Nope, I used it"? You hand the bullet over to Ranger Murdoch. Thanks, Nancy. Do you happen to have the padlock with the fingerprints on it? That would help strengthen our case against Mr. Leffler.
Oh, I'm afraid I don't. I padlocked Nessa to that wheelbarrow down in the mines.
Oh, you mean that padlock? Understood. If you have something else you'd like to tell me about Leffler, just say so or say no and I'll ask something else. I don't think we do. I think that's everything. Oh, glacial sample.
Rowdy!
Oh, it's lovely to see you. You've been lurking, have you? That's very kind of you. Oh, not criminal activities, but I could show him the glacial sample. Okay, never mind. I'll go in now. No, I'm afraid not. Okay, moving on. I think that just about wraps everything up, Nancy. You've been helpful, Nancy. I appreciate everything you've shared with me today. You've got a keen eye and an even keener mind. Well done.
Oh, gee, I'm happy to help.
Good night, Nancy.
Good night.
You head home after completing your interview with Ranger Murdoch and immediately set to work on your field report of Crimson. You write at length about the samples you've obtained and the observations you've made, though you do leave out a few details, such as that there are diamonds in Crimson, and crimson diamonds at that. Professor Plummer proves to be an enthusiastic and patient mentor, despite his mild disappointment at the unremarkable findings. You impressed him with your attention to detail and hard work. Together you produce an impeccable field report that is published by the Royal Canadian Museum and eventually endorsed by the Geological Survey of Canada. Except it's lies. Wow, it's not the whole truth. Your first publication, Nancy, a real feather in your cap. Weeks pass, soon you're immersed in your regular life. You become an expert on the filing system and even suggest some ways to improve it. You find yourself missing the fresh air, the roaring waterfalls and rushing rivers of crimson. You wonder if you'll ever hear about how things are going up there. Until one day... There you are, Nancy. I've forgotten what voice I was using. I thought today's newspaper might be of interest to you. You start reading the newspaper. Jailed. Crimes of the North. The largest article is about Nessa Crab. She's being charged with her brother's kidnapping and attempted fraud. The article mentions that Nessa's alleged accomplice, Culver Shaw, is being charged for his role in Evan's kidnapping, assault and attempted fraud. You're relieved to see no mention of Crimson anywhere, not even in the smallest news items. You figure no news is good news. There's no mention at all about Albert Cole's attempted sabotage at the Solocks, only that there will be minor delays due to routine maintenance. They probably want to make sure there aren't any more explosive devices in and around the logs had Albert succeeded. You shudder to think of it. You skim the rest of the newspaper, but nothing else catches your eye. That's a relief, I suppose. Too bad about the whole diamond fiasco, eh, Nancy? But we both knew it was a long shot. Good work today, kiddo. See you tomorrow, bright and early.
Yes, sir!
You start the long walk home. You're relieved that Crimson won't become an open pit mine and that Kimmy and her cormorants are safe and happy. Is this where we live?
Hiya, Nancy. Another late night, eh? I've got a bit of stew saved for you. Kept it nice and warm on the stove. On the stove. Thanks, Mrs. Williams. I'm starving. Go on in, lass. I'll serve it up. I'll be down in a bit. Okay, lass. Take your time.
Mrs. Williams ladles a hearty bowl of stew and slices a bit of bread for you. The food is delicious and warms you to the bone. She sits with you and the two of you chat about the goings-on in the neighbourhood. You're grateful she rents you a room so cheaply. Museum clerks don't get paid very much. Once your belly is full and Mrs. Williams has washed the bowl, she waves you away from the menial task. You step lightly upstairs, lest you wake the other lodgers. You fall asleep as your head hits the pillow. You're exhausted and tomorrow will be another exhausting day. But every exhausting day is another step closer to making your dreams come true. Well done, Nancy. And you did a good job with sussing out the motives and actions of the other guests, but you missed the mark on a few things. You scored 21 points out of 24 during your pre-departure ponderings. You performed satisfactorily during your interview with the Ranger, but you could have been more helpful. You scored 15 out of 19 during your interview with Ranger Murdoch. You could have done better in your investigation reporting of Margot's death, but you did your best. You scored 0 points out of 8 for your Margot investigation. I did? Carl Leffler, aka Albert Resper, was tried and found guilty of the sabotage of the railway bridge, attempted sabotage of the Solocks, espionage, fraud, theft, and a litany of minor charges. He was incarcerated at Kingston Penitentiary until his death, 12 years later, of a heart attack. That's actually really, really harsh. I didn't think they did that, did they? Because he was... Just to clarify, Canada and Germany were in a state of war. They said that, didn't they? That they'd already declared war. And he was a spy over there doing spy work for Germany. And yet they're treating him like a petty criminal. Like, the reason he blew up the bridge wasn't because he liked explosions and didn't care who he harmed. His government had told him to do it. Like, why is he not being treated like a prisoner of war? Because that is essentially what he is. That seems really harsh. The Solocks were patrolled by the Northwest Mounted Police for the duration of the Great War, and no other sabotage attempts were made. Thanks to his vigilance, Canadian supply lines along the Great Lake waterways remained uninterrupted. This played an important part in Commonwealth war efforts and crucially contributed to the Allied victory. Culver Shaw was found guilty of being an accomplice in Evan's kidnapping, forgery and attempted fraud. He was disbarred and served 5 years in a medium security prison. He became hardened by his prison experiences and fell in with the wrong crowds. Corvus spent the rest of his years in and out of correctional facilities for various white-collar crimes. Margot was laid to rest in Crimson's lushly overgrown cemetery in an informal service attended by Evan, Jack, Nathan and Kimmy. He wished she'd been able to make Nessa face justice for Margot's murder, but at least Margot's at rest where she was loved. I don't understand. We actually got a confession. We know she was responsible, and we found lots of evidence like fingerprints and what have you. Kimi Kishiro stayed on at the lodge until after the autumn migration of birds, when she returned to Vancouver to be with her family. From then on, she'd visit Crimson for the spring and autumn migrations, as well as the cormorant's nesting season every summer. Jack remained at the lodge, continuing to take care of it after Evan legally transferred the lodge and lands to Nathan Cardinal and his family. When Jack became old and creaky, the Cardinals in turn took care of him. Nathan Cardinal and Evan Richards arranged the transfer of the lodge and lands to the Cardinal family, effective immediately. Considering recent events, they agreed it was a good idea. The secret of the Crimson Diamonds remained hidden. Nessa Crab was found guilty of the attempted murder of Evan, kidnapping and attempted fraud. She served a few years in the newly constructed northwest wing of Kingston Penitentiary. I feel like she got off too lightly. It bothers you that she didn't face justice for Margot's murder, but didn't have enough evidence against her. Oh, well that's a pity. We literally heard her confess, although I suppose... And we had things like the fly paper in the jar and stuff like that. I feel like we had loads of evidence. Evan Richards lived the rest of his days in his beloved lodge. Ness was found guilty of kidnapping, attempted fraud, and served a few years in Kingston Penitentiary. It bothers you that she didn't face justice for Margot's murder, which would likely have put her away for good. Ness was poised to start legal battles with her brother over the land and lodge once she was released from prison, but died suddenly when she choked on a fish bone in a downtown restaurant. Upon Evan's death, he was buried alongside Margot and his parents in Crimson, which is exactly what he wanted. Nessa's body was buried in Toronto, which is exactly what she wanted. Everyone was satisfied with that outcome. You continue working diligently as a clerk at the Royal Canadian Museum. A month later, you're accepted at the University of Toronto in the Department of Geology and Paleontology as an undergraduate. Professor Plummer spoke highly of your fieldwork in Crimson in his letter of recommendation. Although your findings weren't revolutionary, he tells you that impeccable work, regardless of result, is the bedrock of any scientific discipline. Bedrock, little geology pun there. And that he's very proud of you. A few months later, you receive a letter from Ranger Murdoch praising your investigative prowess and tenacity in helping to foil the sabotage attempt at the Solocks. He says you're a natural detective and that he hopes your paths will cross again someday. Thanks for playing. Oh goodness. I hope you'll forgive me, Avon, but I don't think I will try the other route where we do say that there are diamonds at Crimson, just because of how long it would take to get to the end of the game, even from there. Adventure Game Studio by Chris Jones. On a real Roland MT32. Blimey. So this is real MIDI music. Although it's clear this isn't the MIDI isn't being synthesized on my end. They recorded it. What a fantastic game. There are a few things I would change. I liked the idea of the quiz at the end, but I think when that also turned into an interview with Ranger Murdoch, it became a bit much. I'd have preferred if it was just the quiz, especially since I apparently didn't do that interview properly. Apparently there's a bunch of evidence I didn't submit, which is a great shame. Oh blimey, a lot of patrons. I guess that's how the game was funded. But no, I mean, wonderful to see that interface used again. The text parser with a graphical adventure. It works really well, and it's a shame you don't see more of that. Music was fantastic. The artwork, given the graphical limitations they set themselves, really good. Again, no summons. Well, I can summon you right now because I'm still in this game, but I'm going to go to Dark Souls in a moment. If you have Dark Souls Remastered, I don't know if it has to be on the same platform. I'll be on PC. then I could summon you then, if that's something you'd like to do. But yeah. Lovely musical motif as well, isn't it? Yeah, they did a really good job of this game. I really liked the geology aspect to it, and I wish it had properly clicked a bit better. Like, on a bunch of occasions I didn't take streak tests when I could have done, but it's such a simple idea. I think it actually is how it works in the real world, and so it's genuinely expanded my knowledge. If I ever wanted to identify a rock in real life now, I would think of what this game taught me. And I would be thinking about, okay, well, I can try and create streaks against another object of known hardness. I'm okay, just thinking of creative ways to engage with the viewers. I see. Special thanks to a bunch of people. Thanks for playing. Thank you for making the game. What a great game it was. Alright, let's swap up to Dark Souls then. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed that. I do think there are, as I said, I do think there's a few things that could have been improved about it. Particularly the end of the game. I'm trying to think if there's anything partway through I didn't get on too well with. I think it took me a long time to really have it click that it's easy to finish the game, but it's hard, that is to do the bare minimum at each stage in the game, but it's really hard to find all the optional things that mean you actually get a good ending without the hint guide. That's another thing. I think an in-game hint guide would have been better. One that knew where you were in the game, and make it optional, of course, because not everyone would want that. Yeah, I know I missed some things just because I didn't find them. Like, there were optional things that could have improved the outcome of the game that we apparently just didn't find. That was an unusual way to do it. I've not seen many adventure games do it like that, where it's easy to finish. That is, get to the very end of the game, but there are different tiers of ending. Julia Minamata. That must have been who made the game. Well, very well done, Ms. Minamata. This is, I very much enjoyed playing this. I'll have to see, if you have any other games. I'm trying to think if there's anything else to say about it. Not off the top of my head. It was a very interesting mix of old and new. Very, very promising work. Let's see about Dark Souls, shall we? Right, I think that's my Dark Souls thingamabob. That should have worked. And let me actually start Dark Souls up, wherever it is, and we'll get into it. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed the Crimson Diamond. It does kind of make me want to play it again, but the thing is, I don't think that's a good idea as a streamer. I don't think I could justify that. I didn't check the credits carefully to see how much work was done by whom. Like, did she do the music, the graphics, and the story, and the actual development, or was she just doing the story and the programming and not the graphics and music, or etc, etc? I don't know. Let me actually double check that it has updated the information. Yeah, it has. It does say Dark Souls. That's what we wanted. Oh, I can hear the frame drops. New game. Okay, yes. I will create a new game. I don't remember what we were doing with each slot, I'll be honest. La Magnifica. So this is just going to be me seeing how far I can get into the game in a given amount of time. We've done this, you know, until the end of the stream. We've done this many times before. But it's always fun, I think. Where's the store of royalty? There it is. Braided. That's how we usually have our character. And the intro is fantastic, but we've seen it many times before.
In the age of...
Will you ever play Elden Ring? I finished Elden Ring. Yeah, we've done all of Elden Ring. So, hang on. The first bit, as always, is going to be... our first objective is getting the Black Knight Halberd, and if we fail to get that halberd, then I have to restart the game. That's going to be the big limiting factor. If we're unlucky and we don't get the Black Knight Halberd for the longest time, then I may end up... well, we'll be here a while before I really get underway. I can hear all the frame drops, it's bad. I don't know why it's dropping so many frames. Hang on, where do I go? Oh, I go in here, don't I? You'd think I'd know by now. World Challenge runs. I know you finished it. I'm really reluctant to return to Elden Ring. For a number of reasons. One of them being just how big it is. I find it really intimidating. And another reason is because I think it's got a lot of really silly enemies in it that are, like, bosses that are obnoxious. I managed to cheese my way through that game to a large extent, but I don't like the idea of actually, can I get away with that and still fast roll? Yeah. But I don't like the idea of having to fight a lot of the bosses again. Especially if I was doing a challenge run which might well prevent cheese. It doesn't sound like a good time. I think I've discussed this before, but a number of the bosses in that game undermine the whole premise of the Dark Souls series, which is to learn the patterns of the bosses and get good at beating them that way. And they will do it with tricks like making sure they have multiple attacks which hang on, how did I miss the key? Having multiple attacks that have identical wind-ups, but which oh, I don't know what happened there. But then after the wind-up, they then proceed differently, meaning that you can't learn the correct response, because the correct response you can't tell from the wind-up. Like, by the time you know what attack they're doing, it's too late. Or they'll do things like let them cancel out of attacks and then go into a different attack, which again needs a different response. They just undermine... They seem to have thought that a way to progress the whole Dark Souls formula from the earlier games is by making it harder, by specifically undermining the whole point of the series, like one of the crucial design pillars of those games. And I think they're wrong. I think it just ruins the game. And it was fine for a first playthrough where I was happy to do a lot of cheese, but if I was actually doing a more sensible playthrough, I think it would be I don't think it would be anywhere near as enjoyable. Asylum Demon down. Well, challenge runs are anti-cheese, exactly. And the backswings with the hesitation to bait you into a roll. You mean when they pull back and then wait a million years to actually attack? The problem is, they've done things... Another trick that they've pulled in Elden Ring is they've had multiple attacks which look identical. The enemy pulls the weapon back, ready to attack, but then they have different lengths of time before they actually swing the weapon. So they'll have like 3 versions of the same attack, A, B, and C, and the only thing that distinguishes them is how long they pull the weapon back. But you're not to know that. How are you? You don't know how long they're going to. You can't tell how long they're going to pull the weapon back for. I can't be friends with any run that's anti-cheese. Well, the other Dark Souls games, I'm not saying I never used cheese, but I predominantly didn't use cheese. The other games I played, I went into them discovering it as I went and played it as a first time player would. But with Elden Ring, because I was warned about the way the game is, I specifically went in with a view to playing something overpowered. And I really don't regret that choice. It meant that I got to experience the world and the story without having the game's some poor gameplay decisions, some poor game design decisions, in my opinion, from ruining the experience as much. Challenge runs are fun because you do learn from them. Yes. The first instance of the 3 lengths of the same attack was actually Artorias in this game. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not... Incidentally, is this smooth enough? I can hear there's a lot of frame drops. If this has become a bit of a slideshow, let me know. I don't know why it's suddenly dropping so many frames. Actually, I do have an idea about something I could do. Hold on. Don't kill me, undead. I'm just going to try something quickly. I'm going to check something more. Yeah, that is still running. Are you causing the problem? Yes. Wonderful. Let's fix the frame drops. Yeah, sorry, what was I saying? I'm not suggesting that the ideas for how they could undermine one of the main design pillars of the Souls series was originated in Elden Ring, but they definitely did it a lot in Elden Ring. It feels like it feels like the team that designed Elden Ring went in with one of their goals being to undermine the Dark Souls formula, and I think that was just such a dumb decision, in my view. Oh dear. I'm alive. Don't think I deserve to survive that. Roll! Yeah, that was rank incompetence on my part there. But the game chose not to punish me on that occasion, so I got away with it. So for those that are curious what I'm doing, I'm picking up some humanity. For my speedrun style, I always go for the Black Knight Halberd, and you can't guarantee that you get the Black Knight Halberd, but what you can do is increase your odds of getting it by having lots of humanity on you. And the only reason I'm going to Undeadburg right now is to pick up some humanity that's on the way. I'm not actually going to go very far into Undeadburg at all. We're going to be leaving almost immediately. I just need to go in far enough to grab that humanity. That's our only reason to be here. At one point you said there was a trick that would guarantee the halberd drop. Did that prove false? It did prove false, yes. Yeah, it turns out I just had... It was a combination of... The trick does genuinely increase the odds of it dropping quite a lot, and I think I was just really lucky. As in, like, the first... I mean, you know what it's like with sample sizes, I assume. You know, I tried it loads of times, and it always seemed to work, until suddenly it stopped working reliably, and then I realised, okay, I just had a biased sample size, and I didn't realise. Or, not even biased, what would be the word? Like, unrepresentative sample. I just got really lucky when I was trying it the first few times. But yes, that's not true. The only trick was you need to have... was it exactly 6 humanity, I said? And the odds of getting the halberd seemed really, really high. Like, higher than they should be. Even though humanity does increase your drop rate, like, I was getting it way more often than you should, even given that. But, that stopped working now. I seem to be getting it about as often as you'd suspect. Regarding Elden Ring, I want to suggest one last time, Katana. I'm not going to bother you with the subject anymore. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind people suggesting things, and perhaps in a few months' time you might want to suggest that again. I don't feel like right now I want to jump into an Elden Ring playthrough, and as much as anything else, it's just... how long that game is. Like, that's a big commitment. If I started another Elden Ring playthrough, bearing in mind a lot of the people that are here right now, a lot of my existing viewers have already seen me play Elden Ring for several months. If I started another run, even having played the game before, we're looking at several more months of well, not just, but several more months of Elden Ring on this channel. And I just don't... I could be wrong, I just feel like that's probably not a good decision. I realised I went down to the graveyard the wrong way. I should have gone down this way and picked up the... all the loot. Anyway, we're not far off the point where I... what's the word? Try for the Black Knight Halberd the first time, and as I say, if it fails, if I don't get the Black Knight Halberd dropping, which would be a great pity, then that just means that I have to not what I wanted. How do I two-hand again? There we go. That means I'm gonna have to go back to the tutorial and start again until I get the drop. I agree with your thoughts on here, but I also dislike the reduction of the finale to the boss rush. I'll tell you what I would be a lot more interested in doing, although I'm kind of reluctant for different reasons, doing modded Elden Ring, I feel like there are, just in general, there are so many mods out there that manage to genuinely refine the game that they're based on with better game design decisions and end up genuinely making a better game. Hello? It's acting like there's an enemy that's chased me this far, but I don't see them. I feel like if there were any really good Elden Ring rebalancing mods, I would be really interested in that. It's not just rebalancing, it'd have to look at the whole game. It'd basically be an unofficial remaster. I'd love to see like a proper unofficial remaster of the game where someone goes in with a critical eye and fixes a lot of the rough spots. And they'd probably have to add a bit of variety to the game as well, since it would be a second playthrough. But that would be something I would be very interested in. I need to finish the final fights, but they are a chore. Oh, how far in are you, if you don't mind my asking? I've finished the base game and the DLC, so... Although I have no doubt there must have been stuff I didn't see. I suspect there's nothing major that I missed. I'm at the very end of the base game, the final battles. Oh, I see. Well, congratulations on getting that far. What was I thinking? Yeah, but the thing that puts me off modding Elden Ring is the same thing that puts me off modding Dark Souls, and that's that I don't want my account flagged as a cheating account, and then only being able to play with, do multiplayer with cheaters, which I know technically isn't true, because what I'm essentially saying is I'm not a cheater, so I don't want to get flagged as a cheater, so that I only end up being able to play with cheaters, when I've just said I could get flagged as a cheater despite not being a cheater. So clearly not all people that is true. But even so, I don't particularly want to find myself in that situation. What do they call it? When they ban you in that way, there's a word for that, isn't it? It's not. Is it soft ban? I don't want to get soft banned. And I know, yes, there are ways round it. You just have to make sure you don't connect to the online version. But it would be so easy to accidentally misclick and connect to the online version. Honestly, the only parts I find ridiculous in regard to difficulty are that some DLC bosses are designed to rob you of dodge windows while still having one-shot nukes, and the fact that the duo bosses are not designed for being duo bosses. Shadow ban? That's different. A shadow ban is where you ban someone but don't tell them, and you go out of your way to make it look like they haven't been banned. That's what sites like Reddit have been known to do, where like they'll ban you, but whenever you post, it will show up for just you. So you'll post a message and you'll see it there, and it'll look like nobody replied, nobody bothered to like it or dislike it or anything, upvote or downvote. But it's like people are just ignoring you. And they're not. It's because you've been banned. But they're hiding the fact they banned you. I think it's a disgusting practice. I understand the reasoning behind it. That they think it's a great weapon against bots and what have you, because they won't know they've been banned. But I think it's horribly manipulative and a horrible way to treat any human being. And I don't think it's a fair or reasonable measure. I wish shadow banning didn't exist, but funnily enough, they didn't ask me. Nobody asked me what I thought of it before sites implemented shadow banning. So it's not like my opinions on it either way are of any import. Actually, to be fair, I suppose it is similar to a shadow ban, isn't it? Because rather than not letting you connect to the online, they just put you in a lobby with other people that they also suspect are cheaters. So yeah, I guess it really is a sort of shadow ban. I'd never thought of it that way before. We didn't get it, did we? And do you know why we didn't get it? Because I went this whole way and forgot to use the humanity that I deliberately farmed to get up to this point. Oh, I'm such a moron. I'm sorry, everyone. I just wasted our time. Yeah, it's 6 humanity. I'm sorry, everyone. I got all the way up here and I just forgot to do the one thing I had to do, which was use the humanity. It wouldn't have guaranteed that I'd have got the thing, but it would have made it a lot more likely. Oh, wrong one. Warrior, where are you? Oh, it was the top one. Okay, second attempt. I was thinking the other day about why are we locked up here in the first place. I know there's a whole lore about, oh, the undead asylum and that's where they take people, but we're the only one of 2 undead here that aren't hollow, aren't we? And when you think about it, we have the potential to defeat Gwyn specifically, and it's not clear that all undead have that potential, and in quite the way that we do. And someone goes out of their way, someone who I don't think is ever identified, unless I'm mistaken, someone goes out of their way to get a key to us to let us out, which they don't do for the other undead. It all suggests that we're actually a significant figure before the start of the game. You know, we may not actually be that capable in combat, but it's almost like the threat we represent is already known. Could be wrong. Oh, I feel so silly about not using that humanity. So I've got that far and to have simply not used it. Ow!
Regrettably. Oh.
How did I manage to miss that key last time? There we go. The whole point of this game is that you start off as a nobody. Oscar dropped the key because he knew he was going hollow. Oh, was it Oscar that dropped the key? Oh, I'm not sure that was... I'm not sure I realised that. It's especially suspect in New Game Plus, because let's face it, in New Game Plus you're basically starting as a character that's capable of defeating Gwyn, and They've just got you locked up in there. Blast. Got me. That's unfortunate. Not the best start to this speedrun attempt, is it? I don't want to fight you. Shoot! Out my way. There we go. Good. Right, let's carry on. I see you there. Here's my chance. Get him. Got him. That's what I should have done the first time. Which way's out? Is this out? Yes. Off to Firelink. Again. I need that Zweihander. So we'll go get that. No. Oh my goodness. It's fine. I don't need those souls anyway, and I got the Zweihander, which is what I came for. This is going significantly less well than the previous attempt, isn't it? Okay, let's change our equipment out. Zweihander, yes please. Pretty sure that's a fast roll. Actually, that might be a medium roll. Let me check. It was a medium roll. Oh well. Nearly died. Let's keep going. Hello there. Wonderful, wonderful. I'm actually starting to think that the Zweihander might be worse for these enemies than the longsword. Which seems silly, because the Zweihander does do a lot more damage, but they have so little health that I think a lot of the damage the Zweihander is doing is just lost. Like, it's excess. So the extra speed the longsword would have provided may actually be more valuable. Wonderful. That could have gone a lot worse. Here they come. Wonderful. Now we just need to grab the humanity here. And then we're off to, what's it called? The Valley of the Drakes. Then we're off to the Valley of the Drakes. Anyone watched any good TV recently? As you may know, for a very long time I wasn't watching stuff on my own. But there were some series that I had been watching prior to the events that traumatized me, which were unfinished, and so I've started recently. Now I've started watching stuff on my own again. I've started picking some of those up again and catching up on the stuff I missed. And it was yesterday, I just started watching some more Invincible. It's not a particularly highbrow show. I'm not suggesting that it's the most the best the best written television you'll ever see or anything, but it's entertaining for what it is, I think. It's just a very silly little superhero cartoon. Alphax, Spider-Man, No Way Home. Watch it so that I could watch the new movie. Haven't watched the new one. I see. I'm not familiar with that. I mean, I've heard of Spider-Man. I know who Spider-Man is, but I don't particularly follow the franchise. Lovely to see you, Alphax, as always. I hope you're well. I deserved that. That was completely avoidable. I was safe where I was and I walked into the attack. The thing I have to remind myself is the number of souls I'm losing just aren't worth worrying about. Like the 7... I've lost about 1,000 souls at this point in the game, which, yes, I'll grant you, I shouldn't have been losing. And would have added up to more than a level at this point. But by the time I hit Anolundo, 1,000 souls will be what a single enemy will drop. So in terms of my overall progress, it's not particularly slowing me down. So what would be your fave movies? I struggle with picking favourites. I always have. It's an autistic trait. Like, it's hard for me to just pick one thing and say that's my favourite. I suppose I should mention the original Time Machine film, the 1960s one, because that was a huge favourite. That was one that I used to watch a lot when I was younger, along with the old First Men in the Moon film as well. Actually, those two I greatly enjoyed when I was younger, and they're still very good. I'm not suggesting they're not, just they're noteworthy for the fact that I enjoyed them so much when I was younger. I mean, what else? I don't know. I don't know what I'd pick. I could pick plenty of films that are very well regarded and I've enjoyed. Like, what's it called? Oh, I can't think of the name right now. The film that's based on Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. Blade Runner, for example. The first Aliens film. I know I'm missing some very, very good ones off the but I'm not used to talking about films and I don't watch them as much as you might think. Right, let's not make a fool of myself again. Let's make sure I do actually use that humanity I've grabbed. The day the Earth stood still. It's actually quite the contrary. How do you mean, sorry? I thought you never watched movies. Very, very rarely. But a bit more now. Not, I mean, still very rare, but as I say, for a very long time I just wasn't watching stuff on my own. For about 2 years, but I have started again. Not regularly, but I will do it now. Oh wow, you've actually got a lot more health than I thought you did. Like, still on you. Not... I knew you were tanky, but I didn't realise how little I'd hurt you so far. I know that sword. A movie night is a good place. I have been thinking about having watch-alongs on the Discord server I manage. But we'd have to find something people actually want to see together, you know? I mean, like last Sunday gaming session, I did actually show some of the old Simpsons episodes, but it was mostly just me watching them. No! Gotta start again. Maybe a Discord poll. Unfortunately, we have the problem that there just isn't a lot of engagement on the Discord server right now. There's 2 or 3 people that are moderately active on there, but they still, if they see something they're not immediately interested in, they'll still just ignore it. And then there's quite a number of people that are like, will occasionally pop up and share interesting things, but I don't know. The server's just never been as active as other Discord servers I'm a member of, and I don't fully understand why, but it is the way it is. Oh, what's wrong, Rowdy? It's a shame because I've been trying very, very hard to turn that Discord server into a very neurodivergent friendly place where neurodivergent people can just join, make friends, and socialize together in a space where they don't have to worry about being singled out for neurodivergent behaviors and shamed or punished or what have you, or just generally misunderstood. I mean, obviously some degree of misunderstanding is always going to happen where human beings interact in any way, regardless of neurodivergency or not, but you know, we promote an environment where it's as unlikely as possible. But yeah, the server's there and we're lucky to have as many members as we do, but right now it's difficult to like arrange events on there. I said Okra because you're attempting to get the... Oh yeah, the Black Knight Halberd. I see. Yeah, it is what it is.
Regrettably, now I would hate anything.
I wonder if it's possible to leave the tutorial area without Estus. Since you get the key to proceed from the same NPC that gives you the Estus, I'm guessing not. But there might be a glitch that would let you. How did you arrange the Fall Guys party? Oh, well, part of that's because we have the Cosmic Bonfire streamer group, and so we all agreed that we were going to... that it's the streamers that are part of that group all agreed that we'd try and attend, and so we already had lots of people there. And then we also decided to open the server up to everyone. Not just streamers that were part of that group, and we all started advertising during our streams that, oh hey, we're doing this thing. It was never managed from the Discord server I manage, it was managed from the Cosmic Bonfire one, which I suppose I also manage, but I'm not the only one that's managing that server. Oh, speaking of, we are thinking of doing some Jackbox this month via Cosmic Bonfire. We really, I know it's my fault as at least as much as anybody else, but we do need to get this properly organised. But we're thinking of doing some. We're thinking of putting together a Jackbox stream sometime this month for Cosmic Bonfire. Sign me up. Wonderful news. Push? My apologies, what was the push in reference to? Oh, the door. Yes. Oh, I'll be happy when I finally get that Black Knight halberd. Oh, I should have levelled now that I'm here, but I forgot. Maybe Mecha Chameleon as well. Well, the problem is with the Cosmic Bonfire streams is it needs to be a game that everybody can play. Sometimes that means making sure they're cross-platform because we're not all on the same platform, and it also means that it's a game that we all own. You know, it's a big ask to ask somebody to just buy a game for a one stream, you know, which is why we don't usually do that. It's not that I think Mecha Chameleon couldn't be very fun, but we'd have to discuss it and figure out whether everyone's interested. It has to be a game that everyone's interested in as well. It's a hot topic these days. How so? Oh, bless my heart. It's an Elise! I hope you don't mind my saying, but I have been rather wondering how you've been. Since it's been a while. It is lovely to see you. I hope you don't mind my saying that either. Not been on in a while, just popping in before Betty buys. Well, that's very, very kind of you. Genuinely, I am being serious. I have been a little worried, and it's nice to see that. Well, I was gonna say you're okay, but I suppose I don't technically know that. But you know that you're still about. That is a relief. Not been at all well, so not been online. I see. That makes sense. I'm sorry to hear that. Is there anything I can do? I think you're purchasing it, but I only delayed it because of the virus and stuff. Yes! So for those that don't know, Mecha Chameleon, I've talked about this a number of times, although I don't know if I've done it on stream before. But they mucked up badly and wrote their game in such a way that people could package viruses in with third-party maps, because like the Steam Workshop lets people upload third-party maps, and people were managing to introduce viruses onto people's PCs that way. And the thing I'm not sure if I've said before on stream, though I have said it in other contexts, like on Discord, is like there is no excuse for that. When you write a video game, there are various priorities that you're inevitably going to have, and in my opinion, the top priority is security. You do not allow your software, in fact it does, it extends to software, it's not just video games. You don't allow your software to become a vector for other people to infect people's computers. Like that. What happened? Oh, the camera just had a bit of trouble. That's not okay, and it is preventable. It's not like they were just unlucky. I have no insight into the developers of Mecha Chameleon, but as someone that has developed a lot of software, I can say that it is absolutely something that they could have prevented. But to be fair, well, no, not to be fair. That's the wrong connecting phrase. To reply specifically to what Alexu was saying, as far as I'm aware, the bug that allows them to introduce viruses, that allows people to package viruses with custom maps, only applies to custom maps. If you're happy to stick to the maps that ship with the game, so far as I'm aware, do verify this yourself. So far as I'm aware, there's no problem. Not to brag or anything, but I finished Dark Souls 1 New Game Plus today for the first time. Oh, well done. That's amazing. Would you be happy to tell us a little bit more, like, what build you were going with and so on, and how you felt about New Game Plus? Having obviously already finished the base game. Well, no, base game would be in contrast to DLC, wouldn't it? Just compared to a normal game, not New Game Plus. Obviously, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. Leonidas, that virus was misinfo as per the developers. Was it? Is that genuinely true? If so, I apologise to the developers, because then I was taken in as well. I had thought that... I don't remember, I have a bad memory, I don't remember what I did to verify it at the time. I thought it was true. But if I have genuinely... I do try to be hot about these sort of things, and if I have genuinely been taken in by something untrue and was then spreading it, I do apologise. But malicious actors can find loopholes in every software, but I do agree that fixing the low-hanging fruit is mandatory. There is no good reason why your application should allow someone downloading a custom map. Sorry, let me rephrase that. There's no reason your software should let custom maps become a vector for installing viruses on people's machines. That absolutely is preventable. They should not be running anything... They should not be running anything, any unverified code that has that much power. I finished the game yesterday and accidentally started New Game Plus. Yes, Rowdy's only just finished Dark Souls 1 for the first time. She did very well with the DLC. Actually, Rowdy had another thing mixed up. I tried New Game Plus last year but got stuck on 4 Kings. Started again a few months ago and did bits when I could. I actually finished it today, so now I'm starting New Game Plus Plus. Oh! New Game Plus 2. Very nice. Very nice indeed. And well done! The story is so long, please bear until I type the whole thing. Okie dokie. Yeah, I am prepared to be corrected here, but I thought that the basic idea that people had been packaging viruses in third-party maps, which had been uploaded to the Steam Workshop, was true. But if I'm wrong about that, then I'm prepared to be corrected. There is New Game Plus 6. There is indeed. Oh, there is New Game Plus others? Yes. So, when you first start a game, that's technically called New Game. Then when you finish that, you're on New Game Plus 1, which sometimes just gets called New Game Plus. Then there's New Game Plus 2, New Game Plus 3, and so on. And then it will go on forever, but the game stops becoming harder after New Game Plus 6. New Game Plus 6 is the highest difficulty. New Game Plus 7 is just New Game Plus 6 again. Mecha Chameleon had viruses in the form of custom maps, modded maps. Developers tried to test the map, got the official Mecha Chameleon Discord server hacked. Hacker sent message to not update the game saying it has malware. Everything was fixed, another virus map was uploaded, all of them were deleted. Right, yeah. So, the basic idea that people were packaging viruses in Mecha Chameleon maps was true then. And that's the bit that I was saying there's no excuse for. Like, that is avoidable. They really should have thought of that before it reached that point. I'm just I mean, like, I know this might seem like an extreme opinion, but I have written software before. Like, if you're actually making security a priority, which you always should be, I just don't know how you manage that accidentally. Like, that is exactly the type of thing you think about when you're writing software. I'm not saying that they shouldn't have been given a chance to redeem themselves or anything. They absolutely should have done, but it felt to me like the whole situation wasn't being taken as seriously as it should have been. As soon as it became apparent that they were packaging, that it was possible to put a virus into a third-party map which could then be installed, in my opinion, Steam should have pulled Mecha Chameleon from the store until the developers could prove to Valve's satisfaction that the game was secure. That's my opinion. And sure, the developers should have been given a chance to re-earn trust, but that's the position they should have been in. You know, one of, you've really mucked up and you're going to have to earn back this trust over time. And that's not what we've seen. Which is, I don't know. I mean, it's just my opinion. You don't have to agree, but I honestly think it's very disappointing how not seriously this has been taken. Assuming that what I have heard is true, that people were able to put viruses into third-party maps. Yes, Black Knight Halberd, we got it. That is wonderful news. I can't wield it yet, but we own it. My build is hybrid. 26 vitality, 35 endurance, 40 strength, 40 dexterity, 55 int, and 18 faith. Blimey. There's a lot you could do with that. Logan's cat. Oh, hang on. There's more. I have Black Knight Halberd +5. Very nice. Probably my most favourite weapon that I regularly use. Lord of Greatsword +5. Cursed Sword of Artorias +5. Great Scythe +15. I've heard the high level scythes are very good as well. And Man Serpent Greatsword. Logan's Catalyst and the Crystalline Catalyst. Top end sorcerers, Ring of Fog, etc. So I'm pretty well for going further. I agree. Sounds like a pretty solid build. So do developers upload the source code to Steam? If so, then yes, Steam can verify if an app is secure. That's not quite true. I mean, if it's true to say that if a game was open source, it would be possible for but anyone would be able to look at the source, and so they'd be more likely to catch security vulnerabilities. But it would take more than just uploading the source to verify that something's secure. Like it would actually be quite a process. The better way to do it, well, it depends how rigorously, in this hypothetical scenario where I suggested Valve should have taken the game down until they were convinced it was secure, it would depend to what Wait, did I forget to use... I forgot to use the humanity again and I got the Black Knight Halberd anyway. Well, that was very lucky. And very stupid of me. I'm very forgetful tonight, aren't I? Yeah, what I was trying to say is it would depend to what standard of proof they expected. But one very obvious way to do it wouldn't require them to upload source directly. It would just be change the data format of the third-party maps and demonstrate that no code which isn't being very well sandboxed is running, because that's the problem. For it to be possible for them to install viruses on people's machines, that strongly suggests to me that some way the people that were packaging these viruses managed to get unverified machine code to run on the host on the user's computer, and that should never happen. So it would be the very obvious way to do that would be to a very obvious way to do that would be to do something like say, okay, all scripts have to be written in Lua, and we've written our own Lua sandbox, which doesn't the Lua scripts are running in a sandbox that don't allow functions to be called that could cause binary code to ever be executed, for example. That's the sort of approach you would take, and that wouldn't require Steam to look at their source code directly. They'd just have to look at the protocols that are being used. What's hitting me? Oh, there's another one there. That's what was hitting me. Nearly died. I've already got 2 of the types of moss I needed as well. We've only come over here to farm for moss. Where was I? Plus 15 Great Scythe, plus Crystal Magic Weapon is very powerful against 4 Kims, even on New Game Plus. I see. What type of damage does it do? Is that arcane damage? I'll be right back. Loki's demanding walk right now. Never mind, he was looking at me because he went to... Oh, I see. How difficult is it to implement those sandboxes? Depends... Well... How long is a piece of string? Why is there an item there when I haven't killed anything since resetting the area? Oh, it was just a soul that I hadn't picked up. There's obviously different ways you could do it. Lua itself, the language, it is a language and it's designed specifically to be embedded in other applications. It's designed to be this, the way the niche that Lua... Oh, I've already got all the moss I needed. Do I just go now? I could just go now. The only thing I'm thinking is it might be worth grabbing up a few more bits of purple moss just in order that I can heal poison when I'm at the swamp. But I do technically have everything I need right now. What was I thinking? Sorry, sandboxes. Yeah, Lua itself, it occupies a niche where they've said we're going to write what is essentially the simplest possible scripting language imaginable, which is useful. Obviously you could make something that's simpler, but by making it less useful. We're going to make the simplest possible scripting language that is useful, and then make it as easy as possible for you to embed it into your program. That's what Lua does, and that's why it's very commonly used in things like game engines. Like, for example, Grim Fandango was an early adopter of Lua. That's a very famous adventure game, in case you're wondering. That's one of the That's one of the video games that has been seriously put forward as a work of art. Like, there have been people within the art community that have seriously come forward and said, hey, you know, we should be recognizing this body of work as an artwork, not just as a video game. Anyway, that's Grim Fandango. They used Lua. And if you were to use Lua, then it would actually be quite easy to set up such a sandbox, because you effectively get it for free. And the only thing you'd have to do is make sure you don't expose any of the functions in Lua that let you do things like call other executables and stuff like that. But Lua was designed with that in mind. Lua itself lets you choose which of its default modules you export. So it would be, you get the sandbox for free, and it would be basically part of the API that you deny people access to the potentially dangerous functions. That what you would be paying for in doing that, you'd have to be writing your language in something you'd have to be writing your video game in a language which supports Lua, but Lua supports a lot of languages, so that's probably not going to be an issue. And it can be a bit slow. They've made it really easy to use, but at the expense of it being a bit slow. Now, honestly, for something like, it's not like it's really, really slow. Like, it's not, I'm pretty sure it's as fast as Python. Faster, even, I think. But, you know, compared to, like, natively run code, compiled code is going to be slower. So that's an option. If you didn't want to go down that route and use somebody else's sandbox scripting language and you were writing your own, well, then the amount of effort you put in is going to be exactly the amount of effort it takes to write your own scripting language based on your needs, which is going to vary from project to project, obviously, but that's going to be a bit more work. Honestly, it's not that hard. I've written interpreters for scripting languages before. Well, interpreters for languages anyway. You know, it's a sizable amount of work for one person, but it's not ridiculous. First time I played this game, I went to Blighttown without any purple moss, had to come back and farm it, and didn't know how much I needed to farm, so like 60 or 70 purple mosses. Oh no. Yeah, I can imagine. That must have been very frustrating when you went back to Blighttown. I'm guessing you didn't use much of it. I've never played Grim Fandango. Do you play adventure games very much? Grim Fandango is genuinely really, really good. But it is definitely... It was one of the last adventure games, like commercial adventure games, before... before it went all indie, because, well, there was actually about a decade when we didn't get any adventure games, because basically the graphical adventure genre used to be huge, but then it started to die around the time things went 3D. Grim Fandango is a 3D adventure game. It's one of the last ones. Like, it was during this transitionary period. It's one of the last ones that a respectable games company actually got out, and then after that the genre was commercially dead until not that many years ago. But we did get some indie games before then. I do, yeah. Just reinstalled Broken Sword 1. Ooh! The Broken Sword games are on my list of adventure games I should play. Thank you for the reminder. I would genuinely recommend getting hold of a copy of Grim Fandango then. It will run in ScumVM. which is surprising because it has nothing to do with Scum. But for those that don't know, Scum was a scripting language that LucasArts invented in order to program all their adventure games in after a certain point. And Scum VM was an attempt to get those games to run on a modern system, Scum Virtual Machine. But Scum VM's an old project, and of course they had demand to play adventure games that were written on that weren't written in Scum. And so that's what happened. So Scum VM runs Grim Fandango really well. So if you can get a hold of a copy, I would recommend it. The only thing I would warn you about, with regard to Grim Fandango, is genuinely make sure you have a guide available. There are some good online guides for Grim Fandango, specifically because there's 2 or 3 puzzles in that game that even by Adventure Game Moon logic are ridiculous. As in, you would not figure it out. So unless you're someone that really is a bit of a masochist and really enjoys being stuck for hours on puzzles, I genuinely just make sure you have a guide. There will be points in the game where you get thoroughly stuck, and I would argue it's not your fault at all. It really is just a ridiculous puzzle. It's a shame. It really lets down what is otherwise a masterpiece. I really mean that. It is a fantastic game, and it is just a shame that it has, as I say, 2 or 3 puzzles like that in it, where the solutions are ridiculous. Correct me here, Elmag. If an app is slow because of the language, would it be accurate to say that C++ is faster because of ahead of time compilation? Or would it be more because it is statically typed language? Whether a language... Okay. Let's deal with that in parts. So, by ahead of time compilation, I assume you mean compiled into binary code. I assume you mean as opposed to just in time compiled. It's been compiled into binary code already, and what you are running on your system is an executable. That's what I assume you mean. So, as a general rule, things that have been programs that have been compiled ahead of time are going to run much faster than things that are just in time compiled, because at the very least, a language that has been just in time compiled both has to be compiled and run at runtime, and that compilation isn't free. Believe it or not, though, there are instances where just in time compiled code can be faster, and that's because it can use insights about the paths that the code is taking and the user's computer that wouldn't be fair in a general compilation. It can write a just-in-time compiled code can be written specifically for that user's computer with all the optimizations that user's computer supports, and it can actually say, well, do you know what? We happen to know, because the program is running right now, that when this user is running it, this user specifically, this branch gets accessed a lot more than this other branch. So we can compile to optimize for the branch that gets used more. And that's not something you can do with static compilation. Oh dear. That is unfortunate. So there are... By fast, you mean like a JavaScript V8 optimizer? I don't know much about how JavaScript does it. I know it more from actually working with... I know it more from actually programming. So having actually worked with statically compiled languages, just-in-time compiled languages, and interpreted languages, and in some cases implementing them. or at the very least looking at how they're implemented. So sometimes just-in-time compilation can win. Usually it loses out. The really slow one is interpreted languages, because they aren't running at the full speed of the processor supports, because every bytecode that gets encountered has to be isn't being executed directly on the CPU. It's being read by a program that then branches and decides what to do. What? Oh, that's right. Sorry, I died up here. I'm being dumb. Sorry, I thought I died to the other enemy for a second for no good reason. Now, as to your question about static typing, on its own, static typing won't make code run any faster or slower. But what it may change is the things that the compiler, regardless of when that compilation takes place, whether it's just in time or static, it will change the assumptions it can safely make. And that can impact performance. So in a duck type language like Python, not that Python... Well, there are just-in-time compilers to Python, so this is a valid thing to say. In the case of a duck-type language like Python, when it's compiling the code, it has no idea what type of object has been passed to a specific function. So it cannot... I think I got 4 of them. And so it has to assume it has to make as few assumptions as possible. It can't, for example, It can't, for example, output. When it's compiling it, it can output code that directly accesses the fields of a specific object directly, and it can't and when it does method dispatch, it can't assume it knows the address of the method before runtime, because it could have been passed in an object it wasn't expecting. That's what you gain. That's what you gain with statically typed languages. You can tell more about what's being passed around, and that can mean you can add additional optimizations which you otherwise couldn't, which can speed things up. But it is possible to. It's not the case that all statically typed languages are faster than all duck typed languages. Far from it. And indeed, there are duck typed languages where they can make more assumptions than you might initially think because of the way the languages are structured. And as a result, they don't lose out in the same way that a lot of other duck-type languages do. Or they may use various tricks in the just-in-time compilation. Which means that they don't pay as big a performance cost as you might expect. They might assume that certain variables are of a certain type, and just put guard statements in. So the way that might show up is you might have a loop that repeatedly calls a specific method, as in like thousands of times, tens of thousands of times, hundreds of thousands of times, etc. And they might just put a guard at the top of, when it's compiled into machine code, what they might do is just have a guard at the top of the loop that says, make sure that this object is of this type. If it isn't, then we need to compile again. And assuming it is of the expected type, then the inside the loop where the method is called, they can just assume the address of the method. Because they've already checked it once at the top of the loop, and it's not going to change type in the loop. I suppose that's another invariant they'd have to guard against. Oh, this is bad. Oh, hang on. I can't be bothered with you if you're likely to kill me. I'm just going to free Lautrec now, and then I'll worry about you later. Well, what you doing? Killing me. Wonderful. I actually kind of regret my decision there, because that is enough souls to be worth my coming back for. So I'm probably going to have to go back that way anyway, and freeing Lautrec at that point probably didn't help very much. Does that answer all your questions, Alphax? Also, sorry if I was boring everyone else. I suppose the main takeaway is profiling. Just the speed of languages can be surprising, due to it not always being obvious what types of optimizations the compiler can use. So regardless of what type of compiler it is. So if you want to know, the best thing to do is just profile and see what's faster. Why are they taking basically no damage? Well, goodbye souls. So that's that 4K souls gone. I want a game in assembly. I mean, why would you be bothered what language it's written in, as long as... I mean, a language choice might tell you something like, oh, this can't possibly be fast. But other than that, why would you care? What I mean is, like, if you knew something was running in interpreted Python, then they're going to struggle to have to present an open world 3D environment, but I must say I don't usually think about what language the games were written in while a game was written in while I play it. Oh, that means I also lost the 6 humanity as well. That was dumb of me. Yeah, I have done a poor job here. Sorry, Rob, I'm afraid I need to go to bed now. I've been tired today and I'm suffering from a runny nose. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Jenny. I hope you have a wonderful, restful night. Hope you feel better tomorrow. Yes, as do I, Jenny. Well said. Feel better, Jenny. Is there not... Oh, I need to be unhollowed if I want to summon Solaire, which I don't think I have any humanity for, so never mind. I've definitely done poorly up to this point. I probably should have kindled the fire as well, but I didn't think of that. I'm not convinced I'm taking this gargoyle out before its friend is here. Nope, its friend's here. I did ask you to roll, and I'd rather appreciate it if you had. I think I'm gonna die here. Yeah, I'm dead. That's annoying. Alright, I need to get my act together. I've been playing this awfully. What's your most liked IDE? I don't use IDEs very much, to be honest. I'm usually just programming in Vim. Do I have any humanity? No. Oh, I've made my life so hard. Oh, I've played so badly. I really have. Getting to this point and not having any humanity. I can't sneak past the border on the stairs, can I? I do actually have to fight them. Goodbye. I didn't know any of the undead would chase me that far. But now we do. No, I mean. Have you developed a software for your personal use? Oh, lots. Some of which is running right now. Like when you see Philby's getting brighter and darker based on the game, that's software I wrote. Written in C. Is there anywhere I can go to grab some humanity quickly? I really could do with 2 humanity to upgrade that fire. I've been a right fool for not letting that happen. Wow, I thought it was widely available over the internet. What was widely available over the internet, sorry? Oh, thank you for the redeem. Mr. Philby? I made Mr. Philby. I drew him. And I rigged him. Or painted, I suppose, would be a better word for it. Digital painting. Oh, they got me again. One of them body blocked me. I snuck past them, and then the other one body blocked me. I don't know what to do here. I've really painted myself into a corner. Due to the lack of humanity. Because I can't get more than 5 Estus. Oh, no, I could actually. I could go down to Firelink and do it that way. And I could pick up the ring from Lautrec. That's what I need to do. That's clearly the optimal play here. Alright. So we'll swap bonfires to Firelink bonfire. So once I started using my brain, it's not so bad. Good. There was nothing. Oh, Lautrec ring. That was it. That's the other thing I came for. Boop.
Well,
No.
what have we here?
Boop. Boop. Thank you kindly for your souls. And then we quit out and go back in to get his loot to reappear. And he gave me a ton of humanity. That is fantastic. Okay, I think I've pulled this back from the brink. I wonder if I can wear the armor and fast roll now with the extra... No, I still can. The Ring of Favour and Protection does let you carry a little bit more. That's why I was wondering if that made the difference. What about the legs? Yeah, I can have just the legs, which is better than nothing. And I can also level if I just use one of my little souls. Nothing fancy. Oops. Okay, I think we're recovering the run that I rather mucked up. I stand considerably better odds now, especially having twice the Estus. I never used the Favour and Protection Ring because it belonged to Lautrec. Yeah, the thing is, it is genuinely one of the best rings in the game though. There are better rings. I don't know, it increases your maximum health and your equipment load, and doesn't it boost some other things as well? Hang on. Yeah, boost HP, stamina, and load. It really is good. Health, stamina, and equip load. I mean, obviously, if you don't want to use it, then that's fair enough. That's a perfectly valid choice. But as to there being better rings, then I feel like that is also going to be down to personal tastes. I don't think anyone could deny that the Ring of Favour and Protection is really good. Definitely one of the better rings in the game. Okay, I used way more Estus there than I ever intended to use. I did not think I'd be down to 7 going into the fight, but that's still a lot better than before. I like the Darkwood ring, but I like the Darkwood ring the bestest. But I always had Favour and Protection ring the entire game. I rarely use it though, because for my specific use cases, it's usually subpar because I can't remove it. True, true. Never used that one. The Darkwood ring is... Well, do you want to know, Elise? Or would you rather not have it spoiled? Excuse me? Oh my goodness, there's something moving in my hair. And I can't pause the game. Like, genuinely, there's some sort of insect or maybe a spider in my hair right now. Alright, focus. I'm really doing a horrible job here. If you want to see how to play the game, don't watch me. This is awful. Oh my goodness, why am I so bad? Why am I so awful at this game? I've completed this game so many times, and I am playing like an absolute fool. I'm out of Estus. Oh, I'm so sorry, everyone. I don't know what's come over me. I seem to have forgotten how to play this game. It makes you... Wait, yeah. Yeah, I heard about it, thanks. One of the Forest Covenant people. Yeah, Shiva's bodyguard, you were not awful, you were just having a bad day. I forgot I murdered Shiva's bodyguard for it. I don't think Shiva ever forgot, nor the bodyguard. Right, come now, pull this together. You can do better than this. Just focus and get the job done. Lock in, as the kids say. Well, Shiva died right along with the bodyguard. I'd remember that. Right, you've been taken care of. Who's next? Here we go. There's so many of them. Right, I think that's all of them. Let's keep going. Oh, did you get to see the eclipse, Elise? If you don't mind my asking. Sorry, I'll read chat properly in a moment. Two gargoyles. One gargoyle down. Right, this is my game to lose now. Obviously I can lose it from here, but it's entirely my fault if I do! No! Why? Oh, I did. I was in my garden watching it through a colander projected on a white envelope. Did you see it? It was pretty amazing. Only sort of. I was streaming at the time. I did see it getting darker outside and then lighter again, like out the window, but I didn't get to like watch it directly. But what we did was the ESA, the European Space Agency, had a live stream of the eclipse that they made available for free to all media. Anyone could include it, free of charge, and so we had that on stream. I had that up. You did that yourself. You projected negativity. My bad days are awful. You said it, not me. That did not go well for them. Alright, focus. Focus. We can do this. No! Oh my goodness, there's more! Alright, we're done. That's all of them. And we're actually on 10 Estus because someone kindled the bonfire we were at. Avon and Rob both know how I feel regarding their soul skills. My skills on display today are particularly unimpressive. I don't know. I seem to have forgotten how to play the game. Nice try. Alright, let's try this again. The other one's in play, I've just noticed, and I can't see them. There we go. I was waiting for fire to appear behind me. Oh, that was a poor decision on my part. Okay. This is... No! This could be better. Run! Run, 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 run. Are you gonna make me fight you in reverse order? I can go down here, interesting. is actually really bad. Stop flame grilling me. I don't think I can win from here. They've got me locked. Yeah. That dead end gets you killed. They're absolutely doing the right thing just spamming that fire attack from there. It's just irritating. There's no answer to that. So don't go down there. You're subpar, which is fine. You sound like me during the first ONS fight. Shield helps with goils. True. I should be able to just do it though. I've played this game so many times. Yeah, I let myself get cornered. I genuinely didn't know whether that was a good or bad position to be, and I didn't know if their flames could reach all the way down, for example. Now I know. Alright, wish me luck. Good. Oh, one of them dropped something. I wonder what they dropped. Oh, there's another one. Two more. A broken straight sword. Wonderful. Oh, well, we didn't take any damage that time. So at least that bit I'm getting a little better at. Now, annoyingly, my souls are going to be in a place where I really don't want to go. Because I'll lose the fight if I do. Then, Hello, someone can get stun locked. That's unfortunate for you, my friend. Hold on. Oh, the other one's in play now. Never mind. I was thinking of going for the souls before the other one came into play. But that's no longer an option. Oh. Goodbye, souls, and goodbye, humanity. You can acquire them post-defeat. Well, not anymore, I can't. Tonight's not my night. To think. Stopped by the gargoyles of all things. I'm gonna do it. But I just don't know how long it's gonna take me. Thank you for stating the obvious. Okay, let's do this again. Come get me. No, don't die. Oh, dearie me, that's all of them. Used quite a few more Estus this time though. Oh, blimey. I'm going to be going into the fight on 6 Estus this time. That's alright. Alright then. Through we go. Oh my goodness! The range on that axe is crazy! Well, try it again. Up we go. There we go. Yes, I'm getting some Titanite shards out of this. Do I need Titanite shards? I've forgotten if that's the type. I don't, do I? I need Demon Titanite. Oh well. No, there's one left. Okay, we're through them. Alright, let's try this again. It's just a pair of gargoyles. How hard could it be? I'm sorry. Evidently quite. Yeah. But better these two than the Gargoyle Joe and Elden Ring. I'm trying to remember, where were they? Oh, hang on, I'm using the wrong shield. I wasn't getting the stamina boost. I've got a bad feeling that's why I was struggling. Well, it's on my back, so it's not even like it's offering any defense. It's just I wasn't getting the stamina boost. We'll have to see what happens. But I have a sneaking suspicion I'm going to do conspicuously better this time. Nope. Oh. They're well designed to use their ridiculous range to their advantage. Like, there was a moment there where I backed off the heal, and then I was thinking to myself, well, hang on a minute. I've already seen them swing their axe halfway across the arena. I do not want to be a long way away from them because they can hit me and I can't hit them. So what I need to do is I need to run in. I need to run in and hit them hard. And so I tried to run in, and I wound up an attack, and then just, like, moments before the attack would have landed, they did this giant leap backwards, and then the other one unleashed fire on me, while both were safely a long way away. I mean, yeah, the fact they have this ability to jump forwards and back really complements their range. Oh, I got a rapier. Blast. Right, through them. Let's keep going. Give it another go. See? Leaping backwards. Very annoying. I did ask you to drink twice, but never mind.
Oh, come on! The other one comes in with the axe. That's right, come to me. Okay, that's not quite coming to me, but still. Why? Yeah. I'm genuinely not sure why I'm having so much trouble tonight. Is it possible that I just haven't fought them with the Zweihander in a very long time? Could that be the problem? Because I know I often use the Black Knight Halberd, but I don't think I often have the Black Knight Halberd up before this fight. I don't think Souls is a fan of Rob today. No, it's not going particularly well, is it? It's fine. That did not sound like gargoyles. No, it was a boulder. There's that boulder taken care of again. Do you mind not doing that? Oh well. Come on. Pull it together. Get this done. Then take out Pincushion. Then take out Quelag. I've been trying to lock in. Good. Come on, come get me. A lot of them flattened in one go. There we go. That went well.
Alright, gargoyles, come on. Come on. No silly mistakes. Like that. That stopped inches in front of me. Nice try. Second gargoyle. Ah! Well, once more into the breach. I found out yesterday, I haven't done this yet, but if you enter the fog wall against Sif and quit out, you can hop on a ledge and peek through crumbled part of the wall and snipe Sif with a longbow. Oh, I didn't know that. That makes sense. I didn't know that. Thank you for sharing. Oh, Sif. Alright, come now. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Rowdy did snipe Manus, this is true. I only have the base game, so I never played the DLC. Oh, I see. Do you have the original version of it then, or the remastered? Oh, you can't have the remastered, because that would come with the DLC. I see. Oh, I did the DLC with Force and Compliance. Alright. That's not what I asked you to do. I asked you to roll, not use your weapon, but still. Fast. I'll get the remastered PS4 version eventually. I only have the original Xbox 360 and PS3 retail copies. Oh, I see. Blimey. Well, it'll be interesting to see what you make of the DLC when you finally get it. Remastered DLC is free. Hang on, am I slow rolling? Not slow rolling, medium rolling. I was. Okay. So that's another thing I can change. Faster rolls. Is that all of them? That's all of them. They run at 30 fpsiYL. Frames per second if you're lucky. Dark Souls Remastered, Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin, and Dark Souls 3 The Fire Fades Edition all come with their DLC. This whole stun lock works a lot better with the shield. No, you don't. No! I was pointing the analog stick up. I think that actually reveals something about how Dark Souls works that I didn't realise. I suspect that for some reason the roll... I was animation locked initially because the character was getting up. I reckon the instruction to roll took priority over the instruction to turn around rather than taking them both into account. Because they rolled in the direction that they were facing as they stood up instead of turning around and rolling, which is what I wanted them to do. Because I was holding the analog stick straight up and pressed roll. Dark Souls 1 sometimes stores inputs. Yeah. They seem to be rolling alright now. Have you played any of the other Dark Souls games, if you don't mind my asking, Elise? Right, that's all of them. And that was perfect. We didn't take any damage. Oh my goodness, we're taking one of them with us. There we go. They were stuck on our sword for the longest time. Dark Souls 1... Oh, sorry, read that. Alright, come on. Get the job done. Blast! I have Demon Souls, Dark Souls, and Dark Souls 2 on PS3. I finished Demon Souls once, Dark Souls loads of times, and only played a bit of Dark Souls 2. Oh, interesting. I've never played Demon Souls. I've completed Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. Demon Souls is one of the ones that I've been thinking of doing on this channel at some point. Out of curiosity, was there any a special reason why you've only done Dark Souls 2 a bit? Was there something about the way they changed the game which you didn't get on so well with? Come on! DS2 and Bloodborne are where souls started to get faster. They also added a bunch of mechanics to Dark Souls 2 though that we didn't see in other Souls games. Dark Souls 2 in a way is the outlier. Well, at least out of Dark Souls 1, 2 and 3 it is. I bought DS2 on my way back home from hospital earlier this year and enjoyed it for a bit, then I lost interest. Feels clunkier. I'll get back to it eventually. I got to the bit with the skeleton horse. Oh, that's very interesting. That you felt Dark Souls 2 was clunkier. Our other gargoyles in play. Coming towards me rapidly. Oh, they wouldn't let me heal! Can I ask if you invested into ADP or ATN at all? Oh, that's true, because they changed the way that the iframes worked with the roll, didn't they? It became stat dependent. Yeah, put loads of early stats into Battlefield because someone said online it's best for rolling or something. Sent me the wrong way again, but oh well. The roll did, I mean. Oh, so you turned around for the attack. So when I was asking you to roll in a direction by holding down the analog stick, you're ignoring me. But when I attacked and held down the analog stick in the direction I want you to go after attacking, then you decided to pay attention to the analog stick. This is so bad. There's no point, is there? I may as well go back and get my flasks back. Agility was determined by ADP and ATN influence iframes and item usage speed. Like, enemies kept disappearing when I was farming them, and I found out that they only spawn 12 times. I think it's 10. Yeah, that's actually a feature that I really liked from Dark Souls 2, because it meant if you were somebody for whatever reason that found the game more difficult than most, say you had motor issues or something like that, well, it meant you only had to be able to kill a single enemy to be able to guarantee progress in the game. Because if you can get from the bonfire to killing one enemy, that's one more tick against them not respawning. You get to 10, that enemy doesn't respawn. You can then focus on a different enemy in the area and so on. And so you are guaranteed to be able to make very slow progress. Which I think was a fantastic feature that they should have had in other games. Also means you can clear paths as well. If there's a path that you're travelling a lot, say to a boss fight or something like that, you can just farm out those enemies till they no longer respawn. And they also gave you a mechanism to, if you really wanted to farm them, to undo that. In fact, 2 methods. There's a covenant you can join, which means that enemies will never stop spawning. I think that's available in the hub area. Is it Medulla or something? And there's also these items you can burn that cause you to send just that area into New Game Plus, and that will also reset the counters on all the enemies. And it will mean they'll be tougher to defeat, but you'll get more souls for defeating them. That's what I did. I'd max every area to earn the most souls because I didn't know what to spend pennies on. Wait, you maxed every area? That must have got brutal. Blast. Really depends on the area. Ironkeep is the only one I can see being a real problem. I've had to plus 32 memory of J multiple times. Not every area, but like a lot of the early ones, like the Forest of the Giants, and then what was the other one? Huntsman's Copse and the Bastille one. Cleared out all the enemies until they stopped coming back for more. Oh right, but you weren't then putting it into New Game Plus 1 and then farming them out again, and then going to New Game Plus 2 and farming them out again. That's what I thought you meant, and that's what was surprising me. I was thinking that would be brutal to fight some of those enemies at very high New Game Plus with a new character. I'm just going to grab my flasks again and try that a second time. This might be weird, but Gears 2 felt more arcadey than the earlier two. Interesting. Dark Souls 2 was actually produced by... I don't mean produced, do I? Created by a different team within FromSoft. FromSoft is a large enough company that they have multiple teams, and I think one team did Dark Souls 1 and 3, but it was a different team that did Dark Souls 2. And they changed, as I say, they changed a bunch of the mechanics in the game, and I feel like it was a bit hit and miss. I feel some of the changes, like the enemies stop respawning after a certain point, I thought worked really well. But then there were other changes I wasn't such a big fan of. It's been a while since I played the game though. That could have gone better. I don't like how you start the game with one Estus. Oh, I'd forgotten about that. I like the way they added 2 healing items to the game, which work differently. Because I did find I ended up using them both in boss fights, but in different situations. Like there were certain windows where it made sense to use one rather than the other. But I didn't appreciate the fact I had to use souls to buy one of the types of healing item. And I felt like the game was balanced around the idea that you would be using both. Which meant just going with Estus didn't work so well. I've always found DS1 to be the clunkiest, to be honest. Yeah, particularly with the rolling. Personally, that's what I've always found. Yes. Right, once again, it's my fight to lose now. I just have to not muck up. There we go. We've done it. Sorry everyone that took so ridiculously long. I don't know why I struggled as much as I did. It doesn't usually take me over an hour. I'm looking forward to trying Bloodborne and Gears 3 one day. Not sure about Elden Ring because it might run a bit poorer on the PS4 Pro. So in my... your mileage may very well vary. In my... I found personally that I liked Dark Souls 1 the most, Dark Souls 2 the second most, and Dark Souls 3 the least. I appreciated playing all of them, but that was my personal takeaway. Bloodborne, on the other hand, is well up there. I'd probably... but Bloodborne is on par with Dark Souls 1. I'm not sure whether I'd put it above or below Dark Souls 1, but I think I'd put Bloodborne above Dark Souls 2 and 3. I'd like a purging stone, please.
Thou art welcome any time. It is only human.
Yes, I know, it's only human to sin. Do I have... I do have a homeward bone. You did it. Good games, Rob. See, now Elise is making me question Dark Souls 2. Wait, what did I say? Elise, you said you lost interest. Now I'm questioning if I may lose interest. Though Avon and Rob are both supportive. I don't quite have enough levels to get me using that. I didn't quite level up enough to get me using that that Black Knight halberd. Let's see if we can change that situation. There we go. That Black Knight halberd is going to change our fortunes considerably. Speaking of, now would be a good time to visit, what's his name, the little bird, and grab some of those upgrade items we need. In fact, I'm even wondering if I go to Andre and upgrade... Wait, what? You're saying I still can't wield this? Hang on, which requirement am I not hitting? Oh, I need 2 more decks. Oh, that's annoying. Oh well. It's fine, we'll have that soon enough. I'm still gonna go back to see Snuggly. I love Andre. Right, back to Undead Asylum. Do I want to do the... No, I probably don't. I call him Squishy. What, Andre? That's an interesting pet name you have for Andre there. Don't do Stray Demon unless you have a bleed weapon. Ah, is that what I need? Yeah, I can't be bothered to do... Stray Demon at this point. I was debating whether I go back for the Rusted Iron Ring. I don't think I can be bothered to do that either. Because it means going for at least 1 Black Knight. No, stay alive. Nope, I did not stay alive. No Snuggly, I call Snuggly Squishy. Oh, I see. I call Andre my grey fox. I see. Can I one-hand this yet? I think I'm one-handing this. That might be better for dealing with those enemies in particular. Black Knight don't spawn under Asylum until you've beaten Quelag. Oh! Really? Then, actually, I will go back now then. I mean, I was going that way anyway, but I will grab the thing I wasn't sure if I was going to grab. Right, I need to get onto the roof of that house, don't I? Like so. Let me up, please. Excuse me, let me up. Thank you. Ow. Okay, now no goofing. No goofing, no pointless deaths for no reason. Grab my souls. Come get me. Yeah, I can one-hand that. Well, for some reason, I'm doing considerably better this time. Right, that's all of them. Where's Snuggly? There's Snuggly. Right, we're trading. Hello.
You give me warm, give me
You still have to fight the knight from the beginning, though. Yeah, that's okay. I'm not worried about them. Quit out. And we go back in.
You give me.
And it becomes Twinkling Titanite. Oh, is it Twinkling Titanite I need? Or have I just made a mistake? For the, I should use that Firekeeper soul as well. For the demon... No, for the... What's it called? Black Knight Halberd. That's the word I'm looking for. It is twinkling, right, so I have done the right thing. And for the final bit... I know there's a bunch of Twinkling Titanite that I always walk past. I can never... Like, I think there's some in Anor Londo I always forget about. Like, I end up buying a load from the giant blacksmith in Anor Londo, but I don't think I need to. I think if I could actually remember where the chests are with the Twinkling Titanite in, I could actually... by the time I get to the giant blacksmith, I'd already have enough. Right, do not trigger the... the stray demon. Right, Dex was the one that was underleveled, wasn't it? Right, so no Black Knight? Is that not a Black Knight? That looks like a Black Knight to me. Oh dear. Come on, poke your head round. I don't really fancy my chances here, if I'm honest. Blast. I'm sure I've never had to face a Black Knight. I must have misremembered. It could be a difference in the versions. I know they made some minor changes between the original release and the remastered version. It's always possible they're genuinely not in your game. I know I can sneak past them, but it is a Black Knight, you know? No, I need to sneak past them. They're too, It'll be different once I actually have the Black Knight Halberd up and running, the weapon. But until then, I think a Black Knight's too much for us. I just need to be practical about the whole thing. That one is always there. Yeah, I think a second one spawns in later in the game. Oh, the Black Knight's still following us. That's really bad. Oh, they killed them. The Black Knight killed the other knight. Yeah, I think the Black Knight is still chasing me. Goodbye. No. No, I didn't come this far to die to you. Alright, lock in. You can do this, but you have to not make any mistakes. Mistakes are banned. Alright, can I fight you two one at a time? Looks like I can. Good. How are you at no Estus? I only had 5 because I rested at one of the bonfires in the Undead Asylum. And then between the Black Knight and Oliver, that was his name, wasn't it? No, Oscar. And the rolling boulder I got hit by, and then just all the hollows. Yeah, it hasn't gone well. No! It was one hit away from death, and then the item would have been ours. Funnily enough, I've recently played a soulslike with Oliver in it. Oliver? A specific Oliver, or just someone called Oliver? As in like an Oliver I would recognise. No, let me out, let me out, let me out, let me... Alright, fine, I'll take that over dying. Although it's not a great position to be in. Where am I? There's actually a problem. You're gonna chase me down here? Yes, good. Right, now I just need to sneak past you the long way. Get through here. Right, we're past them. I mean, they're still chasing us, but we are past them. Come on, come round the corner. Ding ding. Come on. There we go. But it's still fun you came up with that name specifically. There we go. I didn't even have to go for this. I just felt like picking this up while I'm here. Because, I mean, it is useful for going through the swamp and all that. How do I get back from here? Oh, around here. That's it. That sounds like a Black Knight, which I don't want to be dealing with right now. Right, now I just need to get back to Firelink without fighting the stray demon. Or dying in some other horrible way. Goodbye. Goodbye. Beautiful. Pincushions next. And I think I did actually pick up enough souls along the way that we can also... we should be able to wield the Black Knight halberd now. Oh, you've got to be joking. Well then. Sorry everyone. I did not mean to fall to my death. Another addition I liked in Dark Souls 2 was being given the choice between homeward boning... Goodbye souls. Okay, never mind. Being given the choice between homeward boning back to the last bonfire you're at or Firelink. Oh, and this time they don't do it. There's a boss in Demon Souls who mechanically similar to Pinwheel, but a lot harder. She also makes clones and teleports around. That does not sound fun. I can't believe I just lost 3k souls for literally no good reason. And again. Oh, I survived. Well, I didn't lose souls again, but I nearly died for the same silly reason. Okay, we're good. I really do need that level though. Honestly. If I use all my souls, can I make it happen? No, appears to be the answer. That's really bad. Teleporting sounds like Gwendolyn. I don't know what to do. I really do actually need that level. Because that's going to be the difference between using the Black Knight halberd or not. It's like, I've played this game so poorly that I've now painted myself into another corner. I don't know any good spots to like... I do know a spot to farm XP this early. Okay, it's fine. I'll just do that. Annoying to have to do, but I only have myself to blame. I know Pinwheel clones, but I do not recall teleporting. Oh, they will. Up we go. Right, I'm pretty sure we can use the boulders in this area to farm out souls. At this point, the run may be cursed. Oh, it's definitely cursed. I've taken so long to get just to this point in the game that it would never be a viable speedrun candidate. Oh dear, I've got two of them on me now. At least we're hitting hard. Yeah, it won't take us long to farm up the souls at this rate. Is that a soul? It is not, it's a halberd. There should be another one in the area, shouldn't there? Right, I believe I can pull this twice to make sure it can never be dropped on us. This and the princess's chambers are my favourite places to farm. I'm not sure I want anything to do with that boar right now. Her run back is
NP joke? Either. To the right is the other night. Oh, you mean up here? Hello there. Oh, yep, we can do 20 questions. Is it a Dark Souls thing? Facing the door right. Yes, I was actually wondering that when you said right, but I worked it out. Well, that's embarrassing. That's doubly embarrassing. I have a Dark Souls thing. Is it in multiple games? Also, does everyone here know what colour the Estus flask is? I mean, it's on screen, isn't it? Well, that's embarrassing. Have to go back for those. And not lose them. It is in multiple games. Okay, is it in Dark Souls 1? So the other one, no. I mean, the Estus is in the bottom left, isn't it? Yes, multiple games. DS1. It is in DS1. Wonderful. Can it take damage? What? No! Oh, blast. Can I put the Estus as green? It's in the item description. Interesting. Cannot take damage. Can it deal damage? No. Can it be in the inventory? It can. Can it be equipped? Alright, pay attention. Don't die stupidly. Nice try. Nearly. It is in the inventory and it can be equipped. Okay. Where did I put my... where did I put my souls? Where did I die and leave them?
just down here, wasn't it? Yep. Now I should be able to level. Then we can go after pincushion. Is it a consumable? Define consumable. Does it have does it have a quantity that gets used up when it's used? Okay, I can two-hand this now. Wonderful. That's going to significantly change our fortunes. Yes, wonderful. It can't take or deal damage. Wish me luck. Against the necromancer, I mean. Well, that was easier than I expected. Okay, good, very good. Can I please rest at the bonfire? Nope, another one's coming after me. Beautiful. Rest. Does it buff or heal? No. Okay. Can it be thrown? No. I wonder if actually the reason I struggled with the gargoyles is, do I usually go for the Gravelord sword when I'm doing Quelag second? I think there's a good chance I do, and that might be the difference. Alright, we're about to enter the pincushion fight. Where have you gone? There you are. That's pin cushion down. I'm gonna throw you a homeward bone here. Made a blunder you've made before. Oh, in one of the games it's a consumable and in the others it's not, or something? Where's Homeward Bones? Take me out of here. Normally I'd be leveling with this, but I'm going to take a risk and see if I can... I'm going to so regret this if I fail. I just want to get back to Firelink and then to Andre and see if I can level my equipment with the levels I've just gained. That would not be a blunder on your end, that would be answering based on one or the other. Well, it depends, because I could be looking for a consumable in Dark Souls 1 when it isn't a consumable in Dark Souls 1. Okay, so far so good. The return trip to Firelink could be going much worse. This next bit is horrible. Oh, I've actually... Is that the one that's usually up much further ahead? If it is, then that's cleared the way. It is! Oh, wonderful. It's not impossible that I die now, but I'd be really unlucky to die now. On the way back to Firelink. Is it a spell? I don't remember how spells work in Dark Souls. It is a spell, right. But it can't deal damage, it can't buff, and it can't heal. Make sure I get this bonfire. Thank you. Is it a pyro spell? Oops, didn't mean to do that. Is it a... what are the other two? There's Pyro, Sorcery and one other. Faith. Is it a faith spell? Right, let's go to Andre with this great bounty and see what we can do with it. It is a miracle. Oh my goodness. Okay. I don't really know the miracles. I don't really know the spells. It doesn't buff the player, and it doesn't harm anyone. It doesn't do anyone damage.
Well, I'm if it...
Reinforced weapon. Black Knight Halberd, yes. Right, I've already got a Black Knight Halberd +4. So that's pretty amazing. This early in the game. I'll purchase... I won't bother with the smith box, but I will get a repair box. And I may as well repair my equipment. Oh no, I may. No point repairing. In fact, I won't repair anything. Nothing I'm currently using, other than the Black Knight Halberd, do I need to worry about repairing. I will level though. And I will level Vitality. Because goodness me, is that health going to come in useful. I need to make supper. It's 5:30. Okie dokie. Okay, fried chicken for dinner. Sounds delicious. I don't need to fight this Titanite demon, but I want to. Because there should be a fair number of souls on them, and with a weapon like this, they shouldn't be too difficult to defeat. Yeah, they weren't too bad at all. Right, and I can probably get an extra level out of that. Then it's on to Quelag. Oh, I should put the other ring on, shouldn't I? The rusted iron ring. Have an excellent supper. Right, I need to pin down what this miracle is. Oh, I can't quite level. That's alright, I'll level at Firelink. I'll just kill a few of the enemies on the way. We're so close. And then Quelag. The Black Knight and the crystal weapons are absolutely trivialised, no maintenance. Oh, did you get a Black Knight weapon early? Two Black Knight swords. Oh my goodness. That was lucky. You could have dual wielded them. The halberd did not drop. So I reckon that up to this point I've probably been using the Gravelord sword to take out the gargoyles, and that's why when I was trying to do it with the Zweihander I had so much trouble, because I just wasn't used to it. And I think I just forgot that. That's my guess. Yes, more vitality please. At some point I'm going to have to increase endurance a bit as well, but that day is not today. Quelag, here I come. Does it nerf the miracle? Actually, the Drake sword outpaced the Black Knight sword early on. The Black Knight and crystal weapons didn't outdamage the Drake until I put quite a bit into strength and dexterity. Interesting. So you took out the dragon early then? How did you do it? Did you cheese it with arrows? With bolts? The miracle is not a nerf. The miracle is not a buff, nerf, or heal, and it doesn't do damage. Well, thank you for that. I had a bow and arrow and the Drake sword is a tail cut. Yeah. I could heal myself of poison using one of the moss, but I don't. I want to save those for the Quelag attempts. So I think on this attempt, I need to remember to go down these quickly, like so. I think on this attempt going down, I'm just going to have to put up with being poisoned. Bye. Honestly, I think we're going to make it. Yeah, I'd be really unlucky not to make it now. Hang on, where's the way down? There it is. And it's achievable with an unupgraded longbow, feather arrows and hawk ring, by the way. Is that how Rowdy did it? Alrighty. I'm gonna need to use some humanity to kindle this fire. I may as well use a twin humanity, isn't that convenient? I always worry why the humanities twin up like that. What does it signify and what am I doing? I had an upgraded short bow with feather arrows and hawk ring. I see. Are you taking Man-Eater Mildred with you? I was planning on it. I don't have to, but I was planning on it. Come on, Mildred. Why has Mildred not appeared? There she is. I knew she'd appear sooner or later. At least he does bosses solo. I mean, I could, if you'd like to see me make a solo attempt against Quelag, I could do it. I usually take Mildred with me just because she's worth grabbing anyway. Just for the souls, the thing she drops. There we go. And she is genuinely useful. Do you want to see me try and solo Quelag, or do you want me to? Or do you not care? I could go either way. Actually, if I've got one humanity on me anyway, why don't I kindle that bonfire again? I don't usually bother, but it's literally just on me. And I can, because I've taken Pincushion out. No, take Mildred, she's great. Never take Solar against Gaping Dragon. Oh, why not? Oh, I'll tell you what, I'm glad well, I'm not... I don't think it would have been a problem if I hadn't taken the ring. But it is nice having the ring that lets me go through the swamp quickly. Not being slowed down. At least I did Gaping Dragon solo without killing the Channeler. I don't usually have 15 flasks going into this fight. This is a rare treat for me. Alright, where's the moss I farmed ages ago? There it is. Alright, let's clear that poison. Summon Mildred. I won. HOF performance?
So it's not a nerf, whatever this miracle is. What could it be? It's a miracle which doesn't heal, buff, nerf, or cause damage. How do I skip? There we go. With how strong we are at this point, I mean, I could muck this up and lose, but I don't predict this fight being a major problem. Poor Quelag. The amount of time escaping dragon just steamrolled me. Thank you, Mildred. I went in with prayers, Elise. I keep thinking like, oh, does it change like your how much equipment you can use, or like your maximum equipment load, or does it mean that you roll faster or something? But all that would be buffing. Gaping dragon likes to stomp. Or like, does it let you walk through lava or something? Do I want to up endurance now? May as well. And now I only have to focus on vitality for a while. Although I am going to have to actually up strength until I can one-hand this. Maybe that should be my next priority. Well, we're about to get a suit of armor that we can actually wear. I picked a goofy miracle, no bones about it. Well, no bones about it isn't a normal... I mean, it may be an idiom that people use, but it's not something I've particularly heard you ever use before, so I'm guessing it does something with bones. Hello, ceaseless discharge. Am I good? In what sense? You mean because I sneezed? Thank you, Rowdy. Alright then, ceaseless. Oh my goodness, just one shot by ceaseless. Because of course. Yeah, I'm okay. Let's put the armor on though. No! There we go. I think that's medium roll, not fast roll, but it'll do. Ceaseless does that. Yeah. It's going to make things harder now though. I learned it is very hot there today, Rob. You mean in the UK? It is quite warm, yeah.
yesterday was really hot here. Yeah. In the UK, not Demon Ruins. Yeah, it's quite hot in the Demon Ruins as well. Don't hurt me, Ceaseless. All I did was take the sacred robes of your people and wear them. Where's my souls? To reset the cheese in this fight, I believe I do have to go back to the altar. Alright, this resets it. It's scripted. Hello, Ceaseless. Alright, does the miracle involve bones? Oh, okay, I should be good now. They won't be able to make it to me before I get to the fog wall. It does not involve bones, okay. I don't know why. Hang on. I think I've missed something. Ah! I take it back. Managed to attack me before I got to the fog wall. Does not involve bones. There we go. That's what we were waiting for. Poor Ceaseless. Bye, Ceaseless. Right, what did I miss? Oh, you robbed his dead sister's body? Of course he's mad. I don't know why. His sister wasn't exactly a good dresser. Oh, was that canonically supposed to be his sister? I had no idea Ceaseless Discharge even had relatives. I don't even know what Ceaseless Discharge is, like, biologically or magically speaking. Ceaseless is the only son of the Witch of Izalith. Interesting. Well, Ceaseless Discharge is deceased now. Well, technically they fell down. Then again, I did get the souls, so you're probably right. Alright, give me strength. Let's keep pumping that strength. Do I have any souls on me to get another level? Maybe. Will that cover it? No, it won't. If I killed one of these, it would cover it. Wait, you're still alive? No. No, absolutely not. We're out. We're out. I didn't know that happened. Deceased discharged. Discharge, I see. What was I thinking? So this miracle that Avon's thinking of. I mean, what could it even do? So just to recap, it doesn't hurt anything, it doesn't buff anything, it doesn't nerf anything, it doesn't heal anything. Does it produce light? Yep, no bones involved. I put too much weight on an interesting expression that Avon was using. Yes, but all miracles glow when cast. Well, you know what I meant. Like, is it a light spell? Does it let you see in the dark? I didn't mean, is there a visual effect that appears on the screen involving light? I meant, is the point of the spell to produce light for an extended period? Okay. It's not light. Even he means the light balls above the head. I know what he speaks of. Light orbs. Light orbies. I don't know what it is, so I'm clutching at straws now. Does it transmute something? I'm wondering if there's like a spell that will change items in your inventory or something. No. It's in all the games as well, so it's not... No, actually Avon didn't say that. They said it's in multiple games. So it could just be 2. What am I doing now? It sends, isn't it? Look how much quicker things have been going since I took out the gargoyles. The thing is, even when my runs basically fail, like I get stuck on the gargoyles for way too long, I still learn things, so it's never a complete waste. And I've learnt this time that I'm not very good at fighting the gargoyles, and I do need a genuinely overpowered weapon to do it reliably. We love Sens. Sens is where the parties are. Sens! I'm not a fan of Sens. I don't have a ranged weapon, do I? Isn't there supposed to be a longbow you can get really early on or something? That's just like in a chest or somewhere. It grew on me. Rowdy prefers Sens to most of the places after. Oh, that makes sense. I swear there's an early longbow I'm forgetting about. No. Oopa Loopa Township and Sanctuary, no thanks. Oh, now. Or Tomb of Giants. Nope. Yeah. Tomb of Giants isn't my favourite. The longbow was right next to the Black Knight. Oh, okay. Well, that's gone now. It's fine. I'm pretty sure I picked up some fire bombs at some point, and that's good enough for what I need. Where am I going? I'm going to Sens. So I need to go through Firelink. Oh, hello. Tomb of Giants is tolerable with the lighty helm. I'm still thinking about this miracle, but I've got nothing. Avon. I got nothing. I got really good at evasion. Right, let's make sure we sit down at Firelink, because we do not want to... die and find ourselves back at Blighttown. That's how I was capable of summoning Solaire for Gwyn. Solitaire. I cannot even incorrectly name characters any longer. Now make the run from Under Asylum to ONS. No bonfire. No. Is my response to that. Alright, wish me luck, because this next bit's painful. I should use this opportunity, though, to do some good old-fashioned kindling. I know I don't strictly need to kindle right this second, because I already have 15 Estus, but doesn't mean I will have 15 Estus indefinitely. The ONS arena is pretty. Homing Soulmass against Ornstein is that amazing? I've never done magic in Dark Souls 1 and 2. I did a bit of magic in Dark Souls 3. Right, hold it together. They survived. Oh my goodness. That's really bad. I did an atrocious job there, but somehow survived. And yes, I was triggering that trap deliberately to hit them. I took out Ornstein first and had superpowered Smaug. This is the best way. Super Smaug isn't that tough. I always do Super Ornstein. Hello there. Good. My heavy attack will take them out in one. With the Black Knight Halberd +4. That's good to know. That's good information. There's stuff here, but I don't remember what it is. Titanite shards. The hammer blocks way too much. Even it despises you as well. Saturn is in... Oh, hang on. Saturn is indeed the second largest planet. Well done. Oh, I see. While Jupiter reigns supreme in size, another gas giant isn't far behind. Which planet holds the title of second largest in our solar system? Yay me! Yay you indeed. Okay. Not quite what I expected. I think they're still alive, though. Oh my goodness, they're still alive. Not anymore. I want to wait till one of those boulders goes past before I run. There we go. Running, running, running. Into here. Right, wait here and see if another one of those things appears. Yep. I had a feeling. Right, this next bit takes a bit of doing. There we go, beautiful. Got him with the trap. I never usually go this way. And I shouldn't have gone this time, it seems. Okay. That's the way Avon always recommends going. I usually go the other way, and I will definitely go the other way this time. Because goodness knows I do not want to be going through Sens a third time. Saturn is renowned for its spectacular rings. It's the second largest planet in our solar system. I need more food. I am still hungry. I'm sorry to hear that, Rowdy. Do you have any ideas what? Oh my goodness, no! Do you get the Slumbering Dragon Crest ring? I don't think so, not normally. Or at least if I do, I don't recognise it. I certainly don't wear it. Is that the one that increases the souls you get? Oh, Soul of a Brave Warrior, very nice. No, it makes your footsteps silent. Oh, that would be useful. Soul Gain Ring is in Tomb of Giants. I haven't forgotten about the 20 questions, Avon, but I may have to throw in the towel. I'm really not sure. Anyway, got more questions. I thought you knocked me into the blade for a second. I would have been rather upset. Oh, Silver Coveter's Ring, I think. I can't remember where the gold one is. I don't trust this. There should be a boulder here. Right, I know one of the enemies saw me there, so I'll wait here a moment and see if they materialise. Now the boulder's coming this way. I don't know, the boulder's been passed twice. Oh, looks like we're good. Right, we're going the other way this time. Let's not muck this up. Boulder changes position based on your step. Based on where you step. Interesting. Gold is in Sens. Joke question, why does Sense Fortress have so many good rings when snakes don't have fingers? It's a good question. Maybe they like wear rings across their body, like what is it? African neck rings. Maybe they can do that, but like along the whole length of their body. That squeaky crank sound is the sound of the boulder moving. I see. And I do know not to stay there long enough to get... We good? No? Yes, we're good. To get smashed into the spikes on the ceiling, I was going to say, on that lift. Okay, we're doing well, we're doing well. Right, is this all in one go? It is, isn't it? Yes. Back off, survive. Okay, that could have gone a lot better, but to be fair, we did live. That's the important thing. You're down. Right, fire bombs. How do I do this? Sorry, I thought I heard footsteps behind me. Up here. Fire bombs. Do I have any? Yes. Beautiful, beautiful, that's what I like to see. Right, where are you? There you are. Right, so I have to do it this time. Oh, it's so dark I can't see properly. Yes! Oh my goodness, yes. Is there anything over here worth grabbing? Maybe not. I thought there was, but maybe not. Right, that's the hard part of Sen's done. And to be fair, on my second attempt... No! Oh my goodness, Sen nearly had me. I'm gonna throw in the towel, Ethan, I'm sorry. I have been thinking about the question, but I just don't know. Stop commending yourself. This is when you get messed up. Does that come across as commending? In my head it's more summarizing. I'm not saying, oh my goodness, look how good I am. I'm saying, wow, that didn't go well, did it, everyone? But we're nearly there. We've achieved the bare minimum. And now I've got to try and do this jump. Wish me luck. Whee! My miracle was homeward. It does the same thing as homeward bone. I didn't even know that was in the game. To be frank with you. You said that went well and then boom, arrows nearly killed you. Nor did I. To be fair, at least in Dark Souls 1, homeward bones aren't... Like, you would... No, it's more of a speedrunning thing, isn't it? I was going to say, you don't get a lot of homeward bones, so that is actually useful, but I think the main reason I don't have a lot of homeward bones when I play Dark Souls is because I'm pseudo speedrunning. I mean, I know I've done a terrible job tonight, getting stuck on the gargoyles for the best part of 2 hours, but, still, the way I'm playing the game and where I'm choosing to visit, I'm doing the least I can to complete the game. Me not knowing something is a given since I'm a noob. I'm debating kindling that bonfire. Pretty sure Petrus sells it. Which one's Petrus? The guy in Firelink with the bowl cat. Oh, that would make a lot of sense. I have to admit, I don't think I've spoken to Petrus since my first playthrough. Oh, that was painful. Not a fan of Petrus, Rowdy? Not a lifelong member of the Petrus fan club? You don't have posters of him all across your wall? And a signed copy of all his books? Not a fan of Patches at all. Patches deserves death. Petrus is not Patches. Praise the sun. Praise the sun indeed. I know they're two different characters. I don't like either of them. I should really go back to the bonfire. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna do the sensible thing, and I'm gonna go back to the bonfire. Even though I kind of wanna fight the golem now and see how I get on. Okay, that is not a good idea. Don't try and roll down there. Down here, though, looks doable. You're being sensible? What? I will probably resist the temptation to kindle this bonfire, though. Oh, why, though? Because I have so much humanity at this point. I may as well. And then it just becomes an easy boss fight. Type jokingly. I am pressing to level 38 in Phasma and I'm done for today. Very nice. You're back, must speak to Mother. How dare you? Right, wish me luck against the golem. Hello, Iron Golem. Oh, that's embarrassing. embarrassing again. Maybe I need to stop going for the heavy hits and just go for light hits. That does seem to be working well. I don't usually dominate this fight this much. I don't know why they just seem to not be able to hit me today. I'm not complaining, but it is surprising. Wonderful. Souls? Ooh, that's a nice number of souls. Let's hope I get to the bonfire alright. I'm going to do something I don't usually do, and I am going to actually check the chests in the area, because I think there should be some sparkling titanite around here that I never usually pick up, but I should pick up. Twinkling titanite, that's the one I meant. Oh, don't tell me I'm going to die to them. They're tough. I underestimated them. I didn't expect them to tank so many of my hits. The sensible thing to have done would have been to grab the bonfire first. When I last leveled up at the end of New Game Plus, it cost me over 200,000 for just one level. That's crazy. Well, goodbye. Right, there is a chest over here, right? I haven't made that up. I've made it up. There's no chest here. No, there is a chest. Ow! That hurt. You're still up? Oh my goodness. They can tank so many hits. Right, sparkling titanite, demon titanite. Oh, that was a waste. Twinkling titanite, I meant. Let's be sensible and grab the bonfire before I try heading over there and seeing if I can find some twinkling titanite over there. And I'm looking forward to gaining a few levels here. Very nice. Very, very, very nice. I now have enough strength to one-hand the halberd, which means every other level I gain now can be just spent on vitality, which is a nice place to find oneself in. Not fair. No, the what's the word? Level inflation sounds pretty brutal. Doesn't usually go that well. Right, twinkling titanite. No! I forgot. I completely forgot that was a danger. Even though I killed a mimic earlier. How embarrassing. Doesn't mean they don't have twinkling titanite though, it just means they're a mimic. Mimics scare me. Yep, I'm not a huge fan either. No! Oh, that's unimpressive. Dying to them twice like that. I'm not going to do this, but this would be a pretty good point to farm, thinking about it. There we go. They've been taken out. Beautiful, beautiful. Right, I'm not falling for that again. Right. They're gone. Crystal halberd. Ooh, is that a permanent drop? I don't think that's a mimic. No, that's not a mimic. Twinkling Titanite. There was Twinkling Titanite here. That's very useful. Right, I guess I should probably get my Estus back and a little bit of health. Because if I'm about to push on to try and get to the next bonfire, it doesn't make sense to do that. That's the only mimic, Rob. Thank you, Rowdy. It doesn't make sense to do that down on Estus for no reason. If the chains point forward, it's a mimic. Yep. I just wasn't checking. But thank you for the reminding me of the rule. Okay, we're doing good. I hit all of the boxes. Chests, apologies. Oh my goodness. Oh, they took a heavy hit and survived. They're tough old things, those gargoyles. That's a lot of heavy hits they took and survived. Right, there's a chest over here that might have more Twinkling Titanite in. Or it might not. I think it's got some sort of Titanite in. Demon Titanite, so that's no good. I killed Nito with light hits only. Very nice. Where am I going? I'm going here. Do 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 do. Whee. Black Knight Halberd, not Gravelord as I'd intended. Ring of Fog is so good against Nito. Is that more of your mystical sorcery? Hello there. I thought I was gonna die. My character's life flashed before my eyes. It didn't. But that would be an interesting one to do, wouldn't it? Instead of you died, you just see a supercut of your character's life. There we go. That could have gone a lot worse. I mean, we're not technically out of the woods yet, but... because there's one gargoyle left. But falling there was... a particularly big danger.
Getting Nita was a problem. I defeated him after 2 attempts. Yeah. Oh, you hit me while I had iframes. Unfortunate for you. Come on then, Gargoyle. Let's get this over with. Did you just jump down the stairs? Okay, you did. Alright, that suits me. Where are you? There you are. Wait, I've got a jump attack for 3 damage. How does that work? Oh well. Never look a gift horse in the mouth, I suppose. Since that did work out. And there's our bonfire. You did not lock into the gargoyle. You don't need to lock in for jump attacks. I think what must have happened is the jump attack didn't register and I just fell on their head for 3 damage or something. That would be my guess. I don't know. Right, now we all know how fun this next bit is, don't we? Probable. A blast! This is your favourite part of the game, isn't it, Rowdy? I'm teasing. It's almost tempting to kindle that bonfire. I might actually do that if I die on this attempt. I mean, I was gonna let you live, but... Ow. There we go. You kind of made yourself too much of a nuisance. Do I still have the firebomb selected? I do. Can I select you? Doesn't seem like it. Ow. Come up here. Good. Very good. Very good. Doesn't usually go this well. That went incredibly well. That section that I just did usually goes much more painfully. Of course, the most painful part is coming up. And it's not this very next bit, although it's not like this very next bit is particularly fun either. Right, if they both scramble over there, usually one of them falls off. Although that hasn't happened yet. Don't die to their ranged attacks. One of them fell. I don't know how I blocked that like that, but still. Oh, I can one-hit them with a light attack. That's convenient. Okay, wish me luck. This is the horrible bit that I usually fail at. I know Avon taught me a trick for doing this, or tried to teach me a trick for doing this. Would perhaps be the more honest way of putting it. But I've never been good at pulling it off. It's something to do with tricking them into melee mode and then backing off. But it never seems to work. Like, they just kill me. I get close enough for them to go melee and then they just kill me. Like that. Like, they should have meleeed, but they didn't.
how am I doing for humanity? Yeah, I'll use 2. Oh, I really don't want to. No, be sensible. It's a resource you've got. It's there to be spent. Just use it. Now roll into the corner to avoid the error, and he will advance to melee and will fail. Which corner? Alright, wish me luck. Trying this again. The corner you just went to. Okay. So not right up to them then. I make him fall each time. Alright, I'll give it a go. I hope that works, because it'll make my life a lot easier. Yeah, the corner right before him. Isn't that beautifully intricate? That little wheel, the handle. Look at his friend, did absolutely nothing. Guess they weren't such good friends after all. Right, come after me? That's right, just you. Ow, I was blocking, if you don't mind. Good. That's them dealt with. You're next. Blast. That really could have gone better. Okay, I'll take it. Not quite how I planned it, but a win's a win, I guess. Doing significantly worse against this one than last time. Okay, they're out. Good thing I did grab the extra Estus. 3 souls! If you go past that window right before the corner, it stops the left from hitting you. When you go before that window, the left can strike you. I'll have to have a closer look what you mean when I'm there. That should have got their attention. There we go, I got one of them fell. Beautiful. That couldn't have gone much better, really. Now to try Rowdy's trick. The Rowdy strategy. My souls will be easy to retrieve. Nearly got hit by an arrow while trying to retrieve them. Right, here you mean. Roll here. Well, it's a win. It didn't quite go as we had hoped, but it is a win. Right, I've got 1 twinkling titanite. I'm gonna need 3. I don't currently have enough souls for, I only currently have enough souls for 2, but I think between the hard souls I have in my inventory and, wait, am I still unhollowed? I think I am. Oh, that's incredibly convenient. So I only need to use 3 humanity here. He did not gravity die, that does happen. Yeah, he didn't gravity die, that was the weird thing. But I have to admit, that did go better than it usually does. Yeah, so I'm not going to level up now, which is what you might be thinking I'm going to do, because instead I want to level my weapon. And I was just saying that between my... between the hard souls I have in my inventory and the handful of souls we're about to acquire, that'll probably make up the difference. Fighting on the edge is the worst. Ledge, not edge. What? Touch the Gravelord. Sign of the Gravelord servant. How about no? I don't know what that is going to do. Oh, that didn't go well for them. So first stop is the giant blacksmith, then it's ONS. How many attempts is it going to take me to beat ONS, do you think? PvP. How about no? Although I could be invaded right now, which would be really unfortunate. I don't particularly want to be invaded right now, if I'm perfectly honest. $20 gazillion? 20 gazillion what, sorry? I play offline, still got invaded playing offline. Oh, that'll be NPC invaders. Like Mildred. I know you can be invaded while offline. You shouldn't be able to be invaded by human players while offline. Let's use the Soul of Quelag to bump our souls up. And what do I want? I definitely want to purchase some more Twinkling Titanite. Oh, I don't have enough! Sorry, it's even more expensive than I thought it was. Let's open up the shortcut and then we'll think about how we're getting the remaining souls. I do have more hard souls on me if needs be. But there's also some more enemies around here, so... don't mind if I do. And you're worth farming. Ow. I think he's just said the same thing about me. Got him. Right, I now have enough souls for the upgrade item, but not necessarily the upgrade itself. Because I've forgotten how much that costs. Hang on. I didn't see you there. Back off, back off, back off. Yeah, I just saw, like, from out of frame one of their spears, and then I realised that, oh, there was one of them lying in ambush. Right, that's probably enough souls for everything we need before ONS. If it's not, I'm sure I can make up the remainder out of hard souls. Titanite chunk. If we were actually using those, that would be very useful. I don't know, I killed them. Okay, purchase item. You can presumably see why I'm so keen to make sure I pick up as much Twinkling Titan as I can before buying it off the blacksmith. I do need to find out where there's more. There we go. That'll cover us. Reinforced weapon. There we go. That'll do the trick. We now have a fully upgraded Black Knight halberd. To save time, I'll homeward bone back. It's a bit lazy, but we obviously want to get our Estus back before the ONS fight, which is just coming up. So, I've got everything I could want going into this fight. Which mostly just means the Grass Crest shield and a fully upgraded Black Knight halberd. Jake told me to skip DS2. I see. Personally, I wouldn't, but the choice is yours. I think for a lot of people, DS2 is either their favourite or their least favourite. I'm probably unusual in that it's my middle game. It's the most different to the other Dark Souls. They experimented with some slightly different mechanics to any of the other Dark Souls games. And I think people either think they're brilliant and they wish the other Dark Souls were like that, or they hate them. Hello, ONS. No, you don't. Not the best start. Ow. You watch Drake struggle with Dark Souls 2. Interesting. I need to back off and get them separated again. I can see Ornstein slowly making his way over here. Ow. Protect me, pillar. I don't know why Ornstein let me get away with that, but I'm glad he did. Okay, now's the phase 2. Oh, welcome in whoever it is. I will greet you properly in a moment. This is Super Ornstein, and there is no way I'm taking my eyes off him for a second. Yes! First try as well. I mean, we were very well set up for it, but even so, my apologies. Oh, it's a Jake! Goodness me, Jake. Lovely to see you. I hope you're well. I don't think you'd enjoy it. Like, yeah, I have a plan. Send you a sacrifice and diving headfirst into lies of P. Howdy, Elmag. You're up late this evening? Yeah, I really should wrap it up, unfortunately. I finished the first game of the evening, which was the Crimson Diamond. It was a graphical adventure game, but I finished it after only 2 hours, and my streams are usually 5. And so I thought, well, I mean, I may as well do some more Dark Souls, you know, just to fill the time in a fun way. I may as well do a bit more Dark Souls, like not necessarily full speed running, but you know, testing things out and so on. And I got stuck on the gargoyles of all things. I just couldn't do the fight for some reason tonight. It took me the best part of 2 hours. Got past the gargoyles, and then we just absolutely sped through to O&S. This has probably been the smoothest post-gargoyles I've ever had. But yeah, but now I'm looking at the time and thinking, I should have stopped about an hour and a half ago. How have you been? Has your streaming been going well?
Thou hast journeyed.
Hello there. Gwendolyn?
Oh,
No, Guinevere.
chosen
Gwendolyn's the other one.
and
Thank you for the Lord Vessel. Can't complain, internet is fixed, so that's nice. Oh, that's jolly good news. I'm happy to hear that. And I can warp now, luxury of luxuries. I don't even know, if I were to continue, I don't even know who I'd tackle first. I've forgotten what my normal Lord order is, Lord Soul order. Sorry to do this, Jake, just after you popped in, but I'm probably going to call it there. And I've got a good idea who I'm going to raid as well. Thank you for joining me, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that. I'll be streaming again on Monday. That's going to be more Esoteric Ebb. That's that disco-like game I've been playing, set in a D&D-like universe. Wednesday is wrong. It says I'm going to be doing Bloodborne, but I'm not. And I've probably got the time wrong as well. Let me have a quick look. Since that's outdated. Avon and I finished our collab. So as far as I'm aware, I'm probably going to be doing Simpsons Hit and Run from 6 o'clock. And then just doing it for the whole stream instead of just after the collab slot. I might ask other people and see if anyone else wants to begin a collab with me on Wednesdays. In which case, perhaps that would change. But unless you hear otherwise, it's probably going to be Simpsons Hit and Run from 6. Friday... oh my goodness, we're suddenly getting a lot of frame drops for some reason. Friday is going to be... I don't know, because Friday would be the same as this one, wouldn't it? This is a Friday, and I've just finished a game. Starting a new game on Friday. Oh no, wait, hang on. It's that Friday that I might not be there at all, because it's been suggested I visit my grandparents. So I don't even know if that stream's going ahead. And if it does go ahead, I'd be starting a new game. But yeah, that's the plan. Oh, thank you, Avon. Thank you for joining me, everyone. Thank you to everyone that kept me company in chat, and thank you to everybody that lurked. I really do appreciate it. And if... Is she live? She is. Let's raid Kira. She's one of my comfy raids. She's very, very often live after I've finished. And I know she'll take good care of you. So let's go raid Kira. Thank you for joining me, everyone, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Please take care.